John, can I get a sound check?
Okay, folks, we're going to get started. So please go ahead and find your seats, wrap up conversations, fill up on coffee, all those final preparations. Well, I'd like to welcome everyone to the 2022 postseason Yukon River Panel meeting. We've had a productive couple of days of both section meetings and bilateral sessions discussing the current status and summary from the 2022 season for Yukon River salmon. We'd like to welcome everybody that's attending in person as well as over the live stream on YouTube. Make a brief note that folks that aren't aware that probably the simplest way to view meeting proceedings over YouTube is through the Yukon River Panel website. There'll be a way to just view it through a player on the website itself. So feel free to do that. We're very happy to be meeting in person again for the first time in many years. We welcome all of our Canadian neighbors and friends to Alaska. It's great to see everybody in person. I think we've all had our share of frustrations with virtual meetings. However convenient they might be, nothing replaces meeting in person. That's for sure. We've got a pretty good agenda for the next couple of days. A lot of information on season summary information, as well as some very good presentations from both Canadian and US presenters tomorrow afternoon. There will be opportunity for public testimony on each day of the next 2 days of public session. For today, please do sign up in person for public testimony by 3:30 p.m. There'll be forms on the table outside, and you can hand them off to either Sasha or Nick over there in the corner to provide that public testimony later this afternoon. There is instructions on the Yukon River Panel website for anyone that's wanting to provide virtual or remote public testimony. So please do check the panel website and meeting information section of the Yukon River Panel website for written instructions on how to call in and sign up for virtual public testimony. Mr. Co-Chair, any opening comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that we're here meeting on the lands of the Dena'ina Elnana Athabaskan people. My name is Steve Gotch and I serve as the head of the Canadian delegation, and I'll be the co-chair for this Yukon River Panel meeting session. Wanted to note by way of introduction that Canada's panel membership and delegation is primarily led by representatives from Yukon First Nation governments, the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, as well as Yukon Territorial Government and the Government of Canada. We're honored to be here in Anchorage and sincerely appreciate the welcome that we've received from the Alaskan people. We thank you for your hospitality and we very much appreciate meeting with you again in person following several years of virtual meeting sessions. So as Mr. Chair noted, this week we're here to discuss the Yukon River 2022 salmon season. And these meetings will involve presentations on management, monitoring, and research being undertaken throughout the Yukon River watershed. But it's important to also reflect on why we're here. And in reality, what we're doing is we're talking about the past 2 decades. And we're talking about how we found ourselves in this place today. We are where, at a point even perhaps 5 years ago, I don't think any of us could believe that it would be our reality. A year when we experienced the lowest abundance of Chinook salmon, and for chum salmon, the second lowest return only to last season. A year when the people of the headwaters of the Yukon River saw only a handful of salmon returning to spawning grounds. The same spawning grounds where only a decade ago there were hundreds, 25 years ago, thousands. A year where in the places only a few years ago, there were hundreds of reds in the riverbeds in late summer, where in 2022, there were only a few, and in some cases, none. This week, through this forum, we have the opportunity to share information, to hear perspectives, and to convey experiences. We'll be viewing presentations, and we'll also, very importantly, be hearing public testimony. We're here to gather to try and learn about what's caused this unprecedented decline of Yukon River salmon, but very importantly, what we can do working together to stop it. For many years, elders and traditional knowledge holders have told us that the time when salmon are no longer abundant is coming, and we should prepare. Science is now telling us the same. Science is telling us that the salmon are in a state of decline, a decline that shows every sign of getting worse over time and not better. On behalf of the Canadian delegation, I'd also like to acknowledge the hardship that the current state of salmon decline has brought to the Yukon River people in Alaska. Hardships which transcend the loss of opportunity to catch salmon, loss of opportunity to dry, smoke, and eat salmon, to have income, to practice culture. I'll note importantly, however, that this reality has been our reality in the headwaters for over 20 years. The declines that were first observed by First Nations people in Canada over 20 years ago have now spread throughout the Yukon River watershed. Many elders, some of which I'm honored to say are part of our Canadian delegation here, have told us that their experiences in the Porcupine and the Yukon River headwaters, the declines that they've seen are spreading, and we need to prepare for this time. This time has come. This week, we have the opportunity to come together as people from throughout the watershed, from the mouth of the Yukon River to the headwaters. We have the opportunity to come together to work cooperatively, to start to put the necessary actions in place to stop the declines, to put salmon first. In closing, I'd like to very much welcome the guests that we have joining us, both virtually, as well as those that have joined us here in person, many of whom have traveled very long distances. The weather has been quite challenging here today. I wanted to note, Mr. Chair, so I do sincerely appreciate those that have made it to this meeting in person, and I expect that we will have some additional in-person attendees arriving as soon as they can, as soon as the weather enables them to. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for characterizing and clarifying the dire situation that we all find ourselves here on Yukon River salmon. Would also like to acknowledge from the US section to the Canadian section, the long years of efforts made and concerns expressed and sacrifices made with respect to the declines that have been experienced in Yukon River salmon. It's something that those members and Indigenous peoples of the Yukon Territory have been very articulate in keeping all US members and fishermen in Alaska informed of their concerns, and it is acknowledged and appreciated in that regard. As Mr. Co-Chair stated, we'll be seeing many presentations, having some discussion with question and answer that may help to shed some light on some of the causes. Although we are likely a far way away from having a full understanding of these recent declines and what we can do or may not be able to affect with respect to reversing this unprecedented trend in salmon declines on the Yukon River. I hope you all join us in looking forward to a day when we can have conversations about successes in seeing these fish return to the Yukon River and work forward to working together to achieve those goals and aspirations. I guess for now, do want to make another quick announcement. Nick, if you could bring up the flyer for the panel reception. Recognizing that our virtual attendees will not be able to join us this evening, but one of the traditions of Yukon River Panel meetings is the host country holds a reception sponsored by the Yukon River Panel. Now that we're meeting bilaterally in person again at this first meeting in several years, we will be holding a reception at the 49th State Brewing Company. That's just down the street from the Hilton Hotel on that same road. And this is open to the public. All attendees, both US and Canadian delegations and members of the public in attendance are welcome to join us for some appetizers and a dinner buffet at that location from 6 to 9 p.m. this evening. We do have this same flyer that's up on the screen is printed out and available on the table for folks to grab with a map that shows the location of the reception. So we look forward to seeing folks there this evening. Next, I'd like to move into a brief overview of our meeting agenda. I won't go through it point by point or topic by topic, but just to give a general sense of how the meeting agenda is broken out in that regard. We'll first start off with reports from the Joint Technical Committee on their recent meetings. Then we'll be seeing a series of presentations from both US and Canadian managers associated with summary information from the 2022 season for both Chinook salmon, Mainstem Chum salmon, as well as Porcupine River Chum salmon. That will take us through the majority of our agenda for today. And then moving into tomorrow is when we'll follow up or finish up with our postseason presentations for the 2022 season. Through tomorrow, we'll then be moving into our Yukon River Salmon Restoration Enhancement Fund Committee, reporting out on proposals that were submitted to the R&E Fund for the 2023 season, status of current and ongoing programs under the R&E Fund, as well as, I guess, reporting out on decisions made during this meeting on R&E proposals for the upcoming 2023 season. We won't be taking final action on funding for those proposals. That won't occur until April, but we do have some feedback for proponents after this meeting's discussion. That will then take us through the afternoon, into the afternoon tomorrow, where again, as I referenced earlier, we'll be having a series of presentations from invited speakers from both DFO Canada, as well as Department of Fish and Game on several research programs and management programs that are in process at this time. Again, I'd like to reference that this afternoon we'll be standing down at approximately 4:30 p.m. Alaska time for public testimony. That's opportunity for public testimony, both for in-person attendees as well as any virtual attendees to give online testimony. And then the same tomorrow before we adjourn completely for the meeting for the public session. We'll have another opportunity tomorrow, again, around approximately 4:30 p.m. For either in-person or virtual public testimony. With that, I'd like to perhaps do a brief round of introductions of our primary panel members. Mr. Chair, given you are invited guests of the Canadian delegation, you could feel free to start with the Canadian section.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and perhaps by way of introduction, as I stated previously, my name is Steve Gotch. I'm employed by Fisheries and Oceans Canada. I serve as the Senior Director of Operations for the Government of Canada's fishery operations in British Columbia and Yukon. My home is in the headwaters of the Yukon River in the traditional territory of the Kwanlin Dun people, located south of Whitehorse in Canada. So perhaps we'll start to my right with Kathy.
Hi, I'm Kathy Merkel. I'm the manager of Treaty Implementation and Indigenous Programming at Fisheries and Oceans Canada. I'm also the alternate Canadian chair for the Yukon River Panel, and I was born and raised in the Yukon, so very close to the Yukon River. Thanks.
Hello, I'd like to recognize that I'm on the Denalina Athabascan people and in Alaskan Territory. My name is Brandy Mays. I am from the Whitehorse area. I am a Kwalendon beneficiary and citizen. I represent the upper or the headwaters of the Yukon River, Takini River, McClintock, and Michi spawning areas. And I'm really happy to be here. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Dennis Zimmerman. I am a Canadian panel member. I'm a member of the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee and a Government of Canada nominee to that committee and then appointed to the Yukon River Panel. I also co-chair the Communications Committee with the Yukon River Panel. And I live in Whitehorse, and I'm very close to the Whitehorse Fishway and Hydro Dam and the Yukon River. So thank you.
Sorry, Elizabeth McDonald. I'm a porcupine rep appointed to the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, which comes with an appointment to the Yukon River Panel. I spent my entire life within the Yukon River drainage between Whitehorse and Dawson City. And salmon have definitely been in my family for a few generations, and trying to find ways to keep my children involved when the only time they get to see salmon is at the Fishway. And my 4-year-old has never seen a salmon. And I'm worried that I could go another 4 years without her ever seeing a salmon because there just aren't enough to actually find. And so I'm really here today to support salmon. And the best saying I've heard so far is salmon have taken care of us for generations, and now it's our turn to take care of them so they can continue taking care of our future generations. So thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Tim Gerberding. I live in Dawson, Yukon. I'm a federal appointee to the Yukon River Panel. Many years ago, I was a commercial fisherman. I fished at Cliff Creek, which is about halfway between Dawson and Eagle, Alaska, and happy to be here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here and to once again be in person. My name is Roger Elpert. I'm from Pelly Crossing, and I'm a citizen to Selkirk First Nation. I'm a member of the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, also alternate to CYPN nominee to Yukon River Panel. I'd just like to recognize the people that travel outside from Yukon Territory, Teslin, elders and representative, and there's Salmon Carmax and RCs from Carmax, Yukon and Pelly Crossing, Yukon Territory. Thank you.
I'll be formal this time. Stan and Julie, representing the Porcupine River, which in our culture is called Quill River. It's Chodanjik. So let's just make that reference. So I'm appointed on the SAM subcommittee and then appointed to the panel. But I would also like to welcome the delegation that's here. It came a long way yesterday to express their sincere concern about the state of the salmon. So welcome. And then also I'm going to be attending another conference this morning, the Arctic Rivers Summit, to represent the headwaters and all the other species that live in the headwaters of the Porcupine River, and also including the salmon. So I'll be there for the morning, and my absence will be, and then just pass it on to Perry here. And Machi Cho, have a good day.
Van Quincy, Kamosotan, Masiati. It's good to see everyone here this morning, particularly our guests from Canada. I really appreciate your presence this morning. I think it's really signifies the importance of salmon and what it means to us as Dinjiju in our country, and how we rely on the very species that sustain us for generations. And I want to just say thank you for that so much. My name is Pauline Frost. I'm a member of the Vantaguchin First Nation on the Porcupine River. I'm here today as an appointee by the government of Yukon. Just wanted to take a quick moment to just give some perspective. I've been here for quite some time on the panel off and on over the course of the last 20 some years. My heart's with the people, my heart's with my community, and looking at the direct outcome in the process of the Yukon River Panel, the intention of the panel and setting the priorities. The main objective of the international treaty agreement is around salmon and co-management of the salmon. And we know that in Canada, you've not harvested in some communities for in excess of 30 years, and your culture has been stripped from you. And as part of that conversation, what we know over the course of the last 30 years in the intention to cease and desist the one thing that you know, and that's to harvest and look at augmenting your way of life. What we know scientifically and what we've discussed at these tables, we know a lot, but we also know very little. So we know that the salmon's not returning, and we do want to focus on putting salmon back on the spawning grounds. So what does the future hold for us, and what can we expect the future? What can we expect in the future? There are many things happening around us right now, and but we have very little answers. And what we do know is that local traditional knowledge and practices and how we look at customary ways of knowing, being, and doing, and that of traditional ways is at a bit of a clash. And we're working hard at the panel to try to come to some consensus on what that means and how we take those things into perspective when we look at co-management, effective collaboration as defined in the agreement. So that's my objective here, and that's what drives me to come back every year. So thank you for trusting in us to represent you as a Canadian delegation. Merci.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Robert Perry, and I'm the species manager with the territorial government of the Yukon. I'm a federally appointed panel member. I'm delighted to be here today to talk and work together to try to resolve the salmon issues and hopefully bring back some recovery to the population. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jeffrey Peter. I'm Untitled Chapter from Old Crow, Yukon, and I'm here as a First Nation advisor representing the Porcupine River watershed in Canada. Merci.
We'll go ahead and move online to Canadian panel members and have them give a brief introduction. First, James, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. My name is James McDonald, joining you from my home in Whitehorse, Yukon. I am a Yukon River drainage representative on the panel and a proud panel member. I guess I would just say I want to acknowledge all the hardships that were expressed previously in previous meetings yesterday and the day before, and all of the drainage meetings that have happened in Alaska and Yukon. I understand that, and that very much resonates with me and my family. I just want to take a quick moment to say this is the plaque that I have. It says 15 years of cooperation from 2002 to 2017. And that reflects, I guess, the sense of pride that I get from participating in these meetings and being a proud member on the panel. So thank you.
Next, we'll go to Sebastian.
Good morning. My name's Sebastian Jones, and I was born in the United Kingdom, and when I was just barely still a teenager, I had the great good fortune to move to and settle on the traditional territory of the Trandikwachen, where I soon started to live on the Yukon River and live on and with salmon. And that led directly to me being here today. I am a member of the Yukon Fish and Wildlife Management Board, and was thereby appointed to the Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, which comes with an appointment to the Yukon River Panel, which is why I am speaking to you here today. And I am speaking to you from my home in West Dawson, across the recently frozen river from Dawson City. And it is lightly snowing here today, but I understand that it has been snowing big time in Anchorage. So congratulations, everybody, for making it to the meeting. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you, and welcome to all primary Canadian panel members in that regard. We'll now do introductions of US panel members. We'll go ahead and stay online and go to Andy.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. My name's Andy Bassich. I live just north of Eagle, Alaska on the Yukon River, a place called Calico Bluff, which is about 4 miles from the infamous Eagle sonar camp. So I'm sorry I can't join you. We've had a tremendously bad ice freeze up here on the Yukon River this year, which is making travel virtually impossible along the river. I've been a Yukon panel member since the treaty ratification. Actually, a little bit prior to that, around 2000, I joined the panel, and I am also the US representative or co-chair of the Communications Committee, and work closely with Dennis to try and work on communications projects for the panel. And I am a subsistence liver here out on the Yukon River. Been living out at my homestead for about 30 years here, and have a great deal of passion for the lifestyle, and a huge part of the lifestyle is living along the Yukon River and sharing the bounty of the Yukon River, or once bounty of the Yukon River, which is the lifeblood to every single person in this room who lives in the area of the Yukon River. So I can't stress enough how important this resource is to everyone on the Yukon River, and I encourage and hope that we can work together and respect each other and respect each other's needs along the Yukon River. And I guess always think of the other person in some of these discussions and what they need. And yeah, anyway, I'm really happy to be a part of this, and I really look forward to this. And I can't see all of the audience, but I'm just wondering, is Madeline there in the audience? Did she make it from Whitehorse? I don't see her. I can't really tell from the picture, but anyway, if she is, I just wanted to say, oh, okay, I see the hand waving. I just wanted to recognize her. I have to say she has been one of the most consistent public representatives of the Yukon Territory throughout my entire 20 years on the Yukon River Panel, and it's great to see you again. I wish I could be there in person to talk with you some. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Next, we'll go to Ellen Yasumi-Ishii, and I note that I'm just not seeing if Sarah's on, so Ellen is the alternate. Go ahead, introduce yourself.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Ellen Yasumi-Ishii. I'm the U.S. federal alternate on the panel. This is my second year. Sarah is stuck in jury duty this morning, but should be joining us this afternoon. I'm a research fishery biologist with NOAA Fisheries, Alaska Fisheries Science Center in Juneau, where I grew up in Southeast Alaska. And this morning I was just reflecting on changes that I've seen in my backyard. In the 70s, we had icebergs floating by the dock where I grew up. We caught king crab off the dock, and that's, we're not seeing any more icebergs, and seeing crab disappear. So it's heartbreaking to see this happening in the Bering Sea.
Okay, next we'll go to our US panel members here in the room in Anchorage. Go ahead.
Good morning, I'm Rhonda Pitka. It's nice to see everybody in person today. I'm chief of the village of Beaver, and I've lived there consecutively since 2007, since I moved back home. I'd like to welcome everybody to the snowy Anchorage. I'm sure it looks just like home. I was hoping to get out of the snow for a little bit by coming here, but I guess that's not possible. So it's good to see everybody, and I'm glad that we're back in person. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Eric Weingarth. I'm from the village of St. Mary's, representing District 2. And I welcome everybody to Anchorage, and it's good to see a lot of the delegation from Yukon Territory show up again, and look forward to hearing some testimony from all of you. I know this week we've had a lot of interesting discussions here at the table, but I think there's a lot of good information that'll be brought forth today and tomorrow. And it's very concerning to see what's happening with obviously the king salmon run for Canada, but now the chum run also disappearing. I do want to also thank those that are online, maybe watching, but I think it was good to see that there was buy-in on the U.S. side this year to not fish, and I know that's something that you've been asking for a long time. But people are understanding more of the hardship and the tough times for culture on our side of the river too. So I just wanted to share that. I appreciate those that had sacrificed on our side too. Thank you.
Good morning. I just want to welcome everybody here to Anchorage. My name is Caroline Brown. I am the statewide research director for the subsistence division at Fish and Game. I'm in Fairbanks. I'm also a member of the communications committee, and I am the alternate U.S. co-chair.
Good morning. My name is Virgil Umfenauer. I live in North Pole. I used to be a fish wheel fisherman a long time ago. I own a processing facility in North Pole and Fairbanks. I've been a member of this group since 1988, and glad to be here. See a lot of people I hadn't seen in a long time, and it's really depressing, the situation that we're in right now, and hopefully things get better and we can continue to work together, which we have for years, and solve some of our problems. Thank you.
Morning, Ragnar Alstrom from the village of Alaknak. It's on the Yukon River Delta, about on the south mouth of the Delta, about 6 kilometers from the Bering Sea. Thank you.
And again, my name's John Linderman. I currently serve as the U.S. co-chair of the Yukon River Panel. And I work for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game as the Arctic Yukon and Kuskokwim Regional Supervisor for the Division of Commercial Fisheries. Been involved in the Yukon panel process now since about 2009. I'm serving as both alternate co-chair and now currently co-chair in that regard. So welcome to everybody. I do want to acknowledge that we have certainly many more members of each US and Canadian delegation here in the room, some of whom you'll be hearing from here in the next few days with respect to presentations and discussion. To be sure, that includes both advisors, alternates, as well as support staff from both countries in that regard. Next, we'll move into, I guess it'll be our first presentation of the day. We'll be moving into a report from the Yukon River Panel Joint Technical Committee. This will be a report from the co-chairs. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, Mr. Chairs, I'd like to request, I mean, it's been a long-standing process with meetings, but I think we need to say prayer first. I would ask that John Lamont say prayer for us before we get started.
Okay, I'll accept that.
Heavenly Father, great grandfather, great creator, we thank you for bringing us here together as one. We pray for those traveling to this meeting that they make it. We just ask that you give us the wisdom and the guidance as we make decisions to control or try and control as humans the resource you provided for us on this great land and the great waters of the Yukon and the ocean. We just ask that you continue to bless the resources and the people here on this earth. In your name we ask this blessing. Amen.
Thank you, Eric, and thank you, John. Appreciate that very much. So we'll be hearing a presentation from the JTC co-chairs on recent meetings and discussions of the Joint Technical Committee. Might take a minute or two to get things set up and presentations on screen. Stand by for now.
Yeah, good morning, folks, and thanks for getting the presentation up on the screen. For the record, my name is Zach Liller. I'm the US JTC co-chair. My day job, I work for Alaska Department of Fish and Game here in Anchorage. I am a research coordinator with the Commercial Fish Division. Yeah, very happy to be here and presenting to you folks. I'll be assisted in this presentation by the Canadian co-chair, Mark Ross. Mark, if you're online and want to introduce yourself, now would be a great time.
Thanks, Zach. Yes, hi, my name is Mark Ross, as Zach alluded to, Canadian co-chair for the JTC. I also work with Fisheries and Oceans Canada in Whitehorse, Yukon as the Yukon River Operations Manager. Thank you very much.
So our presentation for you this morning is a brief summary of the JTC's meeting that we held in Seattle last month, just to give you guys an update on the status of that meeting, the topics that we covered, and some of the activities that JTC is undertaking on your behalf. Next slide, please. Thanks. So we met in Seattle, November 15th, 16th, and 17th. This was our first in-person meeting in several years. And while I did not take that picture, it actually was that sunny in Seattle for a week. So it was a fantastic opportunity for the group to get together and conduct JTC business. Next slide. So our presentation structured following the agenda that we held during that particular meeting. So each slide will kind of indicate which day we were focused on and what topics we covered on that day. We started our agenda with introductions, and we spent quite a bit of time on the introductions, particularly because this was the first time that we'd been together in person in some time, and we've actually had quite a bit of changeover in certain components of the JTC membership. The folks that are listed on the screen there, I won't read them off, but those are your JTC appointees and guests that regularly help conduct JTC business on your behalf. I will say that we have an extensive assemblage of background, perspectives, and knowledge. So some of the JTC members have literally decades of experience working in the Yukon, conducting research and managing these fisheries. We also have an excellent collection of new folks to the JTC that are bringing new perspectives and knowledge to the group. Next slide. So our first kind of after we completed our introductions and discussed old business, we transitioned into a series of presentations from agency staff to update the JTC on postseason run assessment and management updates for summer chum, Chinook salmon, and fall chum salmon. And these were versions of the same presentations that will be presented to the panel here throughout the day. Next slide. We also then transitioned to a discussion and presentation from Jim Murphy with NOAA Fisheries. And he provided an update on the most recent Northern Bering Sea surface trawl and ecosystem surveys. And so this is a common theme, a set of topics that the JTC is briefed on an annual basis, as the information from these ecosystem surveys feeds into our forecasting methodologies and often results in specific presentations and information requests by the panel. His presentation included trends in sea surface temperature, zooplankton abundance, fish species abundance, and with respect to salmon, relative abundance of juvenile Chinook, chum, and pink salmon. Next slide. We also spent several hours discussing the U.S. agency investigation of the impacts of ichthyophonus on Yukon River Chinook salmon. The presentation that we heard at the JTC meeting was very similar to the presentation that was provided to the panel during closed session, and is also very similar to the presentation that will be provided in public session tomorrow towards the end of the day. Next slide. We then moved into day 2 of the meeting, and this entire second day was really focused on subcommittee reports. And for a couple of years now, we've been reporting out to you guys that much of the JTC business occurs through dedicated subcommittees where we have members from both the US and JTC and Canadian JTC membership that work together to focus on specific topics, complete business, and then report back to the JTC. Before we actually report out to you guys on particular subject matters. The first subcommittee that we heard from was the JTC report subcommittee. And for those of you that are anxiously waiting your JTC report, we are on schedule to have that prepared by March of 2023, so before your spring meeting. The structure and scope of that meeting, which many folks have, that report is going to be the same as what it has been in the past. So the content that you're used to seeing is what you'll see again this year. We did have quite a bit of discussion about report coordination, and none of this actually has any real implications for the end user, but it has a lot of steps forward in how the JTC is going to work together to publish the report. So we're actually going to start coordinating with Pacific Salmon Commission to publish the report through their publication process, which is a bilateral process. This year, the US will coordinate the assembly of the report. However, next year, DFO is planning on coordinating the assembly of the report, and moving forward, we're looking to alternate the responsibility of report workload between the sections back and forth. The main purpose here is to help spread the workload as well as build capacity on throughout the entirety of the JTC so that we can meet reporting requirements for you guys. Next slide. We then transitioned from the report subcommittee to the Restoration and Enhancement Fund subcommittee, or R&E fund. This slide is just an update to the panel and members of the public that the JTC has completed its review for the 2023 project proposals. That review was and final product was submitted to the Pacific Salmon Commission and the panel co-chairs on November 22nd. That product included a set of bilateral scores and ranks. This year, we had no recommendations for follow-up questions to proponents, and we had no modification requests for individual proposals. There were 2 proposals that we were not able to provide a complete technical score because there was a small amount of information missing relative to the panel's restoration guidance document. And the final bullet there has to do with kind of a long-standing offer by the JTC to the panel. We just wanted to remind folks that should the panel be interested, we would be happy to work with you to discuss options for providing technical feedback directly to proponents to help support them in their efforts to address Yukon River Panel R&E fund priorities. Next slide. We then transitioned to a report from the difference between estimates subcommittee. So this subcommittee was formed in 2020 in response to a systemic problem that we were observing, where the number of Canadian origin Chinook salmon estimated moving through the lower river based on pilot station sonar was notably higher than what could be accounted for postseason based on data from the Eagle sonar and US harvest. And 2022 was the fourth consecutive year where this substantially higher estimate occurred. And so this difference between estimates, or DBE subcommittee, was designed to kind of review the potential causes for this difference between sonar estimates, make recommendations to the JTC on what types of research might, or what types of actions might be appropriate to address it, and then ultimately so that the JTC could provide recommendations to the panel. For all intents and purposes, the DBE subcommittee has completed its recommendations. They determined that ichthyophonus-associated en route mortality is currently the leading hypothesis to explain this difference. In part because of that determination, various agencies, specifically ADF&G and US Fish and Wildlife Service in Alaska, are undertaking focused research to investigate this en route mortality hypothesis. Because this research is ongoing, our JTC subcommittee is going to stand down until such time that those agency results are available and there's a need to evaluate those and formulate recommendations for the panel. We do want to ensure, folks, though, that the DBE, or excuse me, the difference between estimates will continue to be monitored and on an ongoing basis, and it will be included in agency reports to the JTC and by extension to the panel. Next slide. And with that, I will transition the responsibility of talking over to Mark.
Thanks, Zach. Continuing on with summary here for day 2 continued. So JTC Administrative Subcommittee. So the JTC is working with the Pacific Salmon Commission and has created a file infrastructure system that will be housed within the PSC. This system will allow functionality for both document sharing and revision control, as well as provide file archival and storage systems for us. The purpose of this effort was to increase bilateral agency and non-agency transparency, as well as improve coordination and overall documentation within the JTC. This new system is a SharePoint system. Again, it's going to be housed within the PSC, and it is active, and we are beginning to do some initial tests on facilitating that system and putting it into place. Next slide, please. As far as forecast subcommittee, so the JTC approved methods for use in the development of a 2023 salmon run forecast for the 3 main Canadian origin stocks. So Canadian origin Mainstem Chinook, fall chum, and fishing branch fall chum salmon. The JTC discussed several potential ways to improve the Chinook salmon forecast estimates. Those included accounting for changes in productivity over time, as well as using the JTC IMEG subcommittee's new run reconstruction model estimates of the total run size as a basis for the forecast model components. And lastly, the JTC also received a progress update, which was provided by Sabrina Garcia on the ADF&G and NOAA efforts to develop a multi-year chum salmon forecast that would be based on the juvenile abundance in the northern Bering Sea. Next slide, please. Continuing on with day 2, Chinook Salmon Inter-Management Escapement Goal Review Subcommittee. JTC discussed the response from the Yukon River Panel on the JTC Chinook Salmon Escapement Goal recommendations presented during the spring meeting in 2022. The JTC is also considering the need to develop a summary report to document the Chinook Salmon Escapement Goal Review process. This would include references of all the products and science review results, as well as the rationale for the recommendations that were put forth to the Yukon River Panel. And last bullet here, the JTC is also considering using the multi-stop run reconstruction model, which was developed by the subcommittee as a basis for JTC-led run size evaluations. Next slide, please. So for day 3, the JTC, approval of Pacific Salmon Commission, PSC Committee on Scientific Cooperation, the CSC draft Yukon River template. The JTC has reviewed the draft CSC's template as it does pertain to documenting how environmental variability is considered within the PSC management framework. The proposed edits and the bilateral comments are being summarized, and the JTC anticipates sending those responses back to the PSC in the very near future. Next slide, please. Continuing on with day 3, with our JTC roundtable, so discussion of new and interesting research. So we started off with a presentation from Bonnie Borova from ADF&G. She shared information about a 2022 Yukon River coho salmon telemetry study designed to better understanding the spawning distribution of coho salmon through the Yukon River. We also reviewed some question and answers with Josh Clark, also of ADF&G, about a multi-year Chinook salmon telemetry study, which will begin in 2023, designed to help investigate the hypotheses of Canadian origin and US Chinook salmon that are dying en route upstream of their migration. And a very interesting presentation was provided by Randy Brown from the US Fish and Wildlife Service, where he discussed the history of how the Yukon River summer and fall chum salmon evolved into 2 genetically different groups. And lastly, Elizabeth Lee shared preliminary results of salmon genetic stock identification from samples that were collected on the 2022 High Seas survey from the International Year of the Salmon. Next slide, please. Future planning for the upcoming JTC 2023 spring meeting. So currently we're proposing to host it in Canada. We have a tentative date scheduled for the week of March 6th and beginning to work on plans and coordination for a Canadian location and most likely Vancouver, British Columbia. Next slide, please. So wrapping up day 3, we had a special workshop, which was focused on the development of an integrated run abundance projection model for Canadian origin Yukon River Chinook salmon. And as a side note, that was partially funded by Yukon River Panel R&E Fund. So the JTC group participated in a workshop, which was coordinated by University of Alaska Fairbanks and ADF&G. So we had a presentation, which was provided by Aaron Lambert, who is also from University of Alaska Fairbanks, on the ongoing efforts to develop and test a new run projection model that will seamlessly integrate both the pre-season and in-season run abundance information. Afterwards, we had a pretty lengthy discussion with Dr. Curry Cunningham, also from University of Alaska Fairbanks, in order to receive JTC guidance on additional model inputs, as well as the desired functionality of the model, and then next steps on how to coordinate and facilitate that. Next slide, please. And lastly, here's a group photo. As Zach had mentioned, there was a lot of senior members you may recognize, a lot of wealth of knowledge and experience, as well as many new members. And yeah, it was a great meeting. And thank you very much. Open the floor for any comments or questions.
Thank you, Mark and Zach, for a detailed presentation on the activities of the JTC. It's always good to see the variety of different topics that the JTC is actively engaged on. I'd open the floor to any questions or comments from panel members to the JTC. Ragnar, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, a couple comments and a question. Going backwards in this, development of a new abundance projection tool for Canadian origin. With a couple of folks look like from the University of Alaska Fairbanks. At some point, if we have time, I'd like, not maybe at this meeting, hear about that. Along those same lines, Pacific Salmon Commission Committee on Scientific Cooperation draft Yukon River template. What the heck is that? Some point, not at this meeting, maybe. These various folks that are developing various management schemes for the Yukon, I'd like to hear about. The question I had was actually, Mr. Liller had reminded the panel that they were happy to discuss options for providing technical feedback. Mr. Liller, do you have a list of what those options might be to providing technical feedback to proponents?
Yeah, thanks for the question, the opportunity to speak on that. At this point, no, we do not have a specific set of options for the panel to consider. It's more an invitation to co-develop what those options might be that would be consistent with the panel process, your timeline, your interests. I can say that we have had some very brief internal discussions amongst the JTC about leveraging things that are already available. So as an example, we already provide at least abbreviated technical summary or summaries of our technical comments and provide some, but not all of those to the panel for your consideration. And so things like that that we're already developing could be things that wouldn't take a lot of extra work, but the proponents might find considerable value in. But sky's the limit sky's the limit within constraints for what could be imagined.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and perhaps response to U.S. panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom's question around the work that the Pacific Salmon Commission has undertaken with regards to environmental conditions. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of context that under the umbrella of the International Pacific Salmon Treaty, the Pacific Salmon Commission has a committee for focusing on scientific cooperation between the United States and Canada. And this is for all treaty chapters, primarily focusing on Southeast Alaska, British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. And I believe it was 3 years ago or so, the commissioners who oversee the work of the Pacific Salmon Commission tasked the Committee for Scientific Cooperation to undertake an investigation into potential environmental factors which may be influencing Pacific salmon forecasting and perhaps should be used to inform Pacific salmon management. And so that work has been undertaken looking at indicators from, as I mentioned, the lower 48 states that I listed, British Columbia and Southeast Alaska. And the Pacific Salmon Commission had a desire and acknowledged that obviously Chapter 8 of the Pacific Salmon Treaty, the Yukon River Salmon Agreement, is a component of the international treaty, and so wanted to ensure that the opportunity was extended to the Yukon River Panel's Joint Technical Committee to provide some insight into potential environmental factors that may be influencing salmon production, and in particular forecasting and to inform management ultimately. So it's not so much a process initiated to drive or dictate how fisheries will be managed or administered in the Yukon, but rather the opposite, the opportunity for our Joint Technical Committee to contribute to the broader body of knowledge on changing environmental conditions and environmental factors that may be driving Chinook salmon survival and production throughout Western North America and the North Pacific, including the Bering Sea. Mr. Ahlstrom, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate that detailed description. Any additional? Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, so just real quick, Zach, on Josh Clark's multi-year project for telemetry study on Canadian origin Chinook. For myself and maybe for the public here, how many fish and where the take would be on the telemetry project that we're looking at due for multi-year?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So this particular project was one of the projects that came out of the increase in treaty implementation funds that was recently secured, and has potential for tremendous benefit for Yukon. Specifically with respect to your question, so we plan to tag up to 500 Chinook salmon. The tagging site will be near Russian Mission, which is just a little upriver from Pilot Station, so still in the lower Yukon. We'll have fixed telemetry tracking stations. So these will be, towers that are located along the main stem at strategic intervals from the tag site all the way up to the US-Canada border. And the purpose of this study, in addition to radio tagging the fish, will also be collecting a genetic tissue sample and using some new techniques that are available in part because of the funding provided from this panel to ADF&G. We'll be able to assign each of those tagged fish to a distinct stock of origin. So we'll know exactly which ones are Canadian fish and which ones are US fish. The expectation is that all Canadian fish will make it to the border. So barring any problems that those fish encounter along the way. So the strategic approach here is to track the upriver success of those Canadian origin fish to determine whether they are in fact making it to the border, and if they're not, where are they having problems to help identify and focus research towards this difference between estimates challenge that I mentioned earlier.
Follow up from Eric, then Tim.
Okay, thank you. So you said genetic sampling also, those 500 approximate. That's in addition to the ones that are at Pilot Station. We're doing genetic sampling off of those fish too, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. There's a slight nuance. The samples collected at Pilot Station are in aggregate. So we report out on the proportion of the fish passing Pilot Station that are Canadian versus US stock. So in aggregate, so it's a proportional estimate. Whereas the genetic techniques that are being used for this telemetry work is to assign each individual fish to a stock of origin. So much more detailed for individual tracking purposes.
Tim, go ahead. Then Dennis.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thanks for that, Zach. I'm wondering if you can just give us a bit more information about exactly how that works. I remember decades ago, we used to sometimes catch fish that were radio tagged. And at that time, the tags were, pretty large apparatus, about 3 inches long with a little wire that would stick out the nose or the mouth, I mean. And there were towers installed in Canada at various places that could track the progress. So 2 questions. One, what do the current day units look like? How are they inserted, and just, how big are they? And second, I mean, is it possible to extend those towers and that tracking system into Canada so that we can learn what happens to these fish once they get into Canada?
Tim, thanks for that question. It's perfect and helps extend the discussion, I think, in the direction that the panel might be really, really interested in. The first question is more logistical and technical in nature. So what is the tag? What does the tagging process look like? The tags that will be used are very similar to the types of tags that you saw in those previous studies. They're approximately, an inch and a half to 2 inches long. They're about a little bit bigger around than say like a AA battery. And they have a long antenna sticking off of it because adult salmon returning back to the Yukon stop feeding. We actually implant the tag through the fish's mouth, past its esophagus, and it basically sits in the fish's stomach. The size of the tag is tailored to the size of the fish, and we can order different sizes of tags. But there's generally in the literature, there's a lot of guidance on what size tag should be affixed to a particular size fish, so that it doesn't impede their swimming behavior or cause any undue stress. Generally speaking, the tagging process takes less than a minute to actually put the tag in. That antenna sticks out of the fish's mouth, generally speaking, and that tag is constantly emitting a radio frequency, through the water, and it kind of transmits out into the atmosphere that can be picked up by radio tracking towers that can be either permanently placed along the bank or radio or aerial tracking. So somebody could actually affix a set of antennas to the wings of an airplane, as an example, as we're flying aerial surveys, and detect very specifically where these fish are. In addition to the radio antenna that's inside, or the radio tag that's inside the fish's stomach, all fish will be tagged with an external tag. So this is what we call a spaghetti tag. It's basically a long piece of plastic that's affixed to the fish's back in such a way that does not unnecessarily or more than needed harm the fish, and it does not impact their swimming behavior. So that's kind of a quick overview of the tagging process. All of those tags will have a contact number on them. So should somebody actually catch that fish, it encourages folks to call that particular number, report information about where the fish was caught, the status of the fish, etc. Given the size of the runs that we've been seeing the last couple of years, it's unlikely that there would be any substantial directed Chinook salmon or salmon directed harvest occurring in US or Canada. So we don't expect many of those fish to be caught, but should they be caught, all of the necessary information would be there for people to return information back to the department so we can understand what happened to those fish. And along those lines, there'll certainly be substantial effort over the coming months to put together informational flyers and let people in communities along the river, both in US and Canada, know about the study and what these tags will look like and how to report information should they find one. With respect to, is there opportunity to extend tracking into Canada? Absolutely. So actually this came up during our JTC meeting. There's already ongoing discussions between ADF&G and DFO about options for putting tracking stations in strategic locations within Canada. And of course, our expectation is that conversation will continue with First Nations and other communities that are operating assessment projects in Canada to invite folks, should they want to assist with tracking fish into specific tributaries, invite them to be a part of that process.
Next, we'll go to Dennis, then Virgil, then Brandy.
Great. I wanted to just pull on a little bit of a thread that Tom threw out yesterday at the table. It's a bit of a higher level conversation. I know that at the JTC and the agencies do their best to to reach out to communities and things of that nature. But I really think we talked about the social license required to be able to take fish, especially lethally, and it might. If this were to happen, then it might be more palatable to have youth trained, different organizations involved alongside of the agencies. And I think I'd love to get the JTC's thoughts on that. I mean, the concept of citizen science has been around for decades. We know that. I know you're trying your best. I'm just looking in the room, and there's renewable resource councils here. There's obviously many First Nation governments on the Canadian side. I can't speak to the American side, but I think there's many partners there that would really try to bring some youth that are interested in mentoring. I can think of some youth already that are already doing this in different areas. But I guess just if it's possible to task the JTC to think about ways that they can report back on that type of outreach with youth. I understand the complexity. I understand, there's capacity gaps and many things going on in rural communities but I think we could really, this is an area where we could really make a difference to bring that next generation up to be fisheries biologists. I also think it's maybe a lens that we can use through which we evaluate R&E proposals. I know we already look at it through community benefit, but I think this is really the next level. This is beyond community benefit. This is about mentoring and that type of thing. So I just kind of wanted to pull on those threads. I know you'd be willing to look into that, but it would be, I would love to see a bit of a report back from the JTC on what could be done differently at the community level to ensure it's transferred, that knowledge, and so that is not leaving the communities, but it's a legacy within the communities. So just wanted to give that. I guess for me, it would be proposing a JTC report back on that, and maybe even adding that to the R&E criteria in terms of the types of the level of community benefit for a project. Thank you.
Virgil, go ahead.
I actually have a couple of questions. Okay, part of the purpose of this is to see if there's mortality of the fish going up the river. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so that leads me to this question. Well, it's two questions. One question is, does the department have any information on how often the fish spits the tag out?
In general, yes. We've conducted a lot of salmon radio telemetry projects across Western Alaska, and there have been several large scale salmon telemetry projects within the Yukon. A properly inserted tag is in a properly sized tag, the tag retention rate is quite high. However, in order to buffer against that, almost all of our study designs use at least one fixed telemetry tower within about a day's travel time upriver from the tagging site to at least make sure that tag is retained within the body over the first 24 hours or so of after being tagged. We've found that if the fish is going to regurgitate, spit its tag back out, it usually does so relatively quickly after being tagged because it was improperly inserted. And so by having that tower there, we can pretty much weed out regurgitated tags relatively quickly.
Okay, thank you. I know that in the past, when they've had some of these, they actually flew to find out the progress of the fish as they're going up the river. And so if fish are dying along the way, you would almost have to fly to find where they died at, instead of just between two towers, because if there's only 7 of them, we're talking about it's 1,200 miles to the border. But if they're tagged at Pilot, that's 1,100 miles to the border, still a long ways. So it'd be quite a ways between them, the towers. And so I assume they're going to do that flying. And that leads me to another question that I'm wondering about. In places, the Yukon River is really deep. And so how the radio signal that comes out, how deep a water can it be in and still detect it if you fly over it?
That's an interesting question. As far as the depth, I honestly don't have a number that I can give you right now. I can say that the hydrology, that the how the river meanders, where the deep pools are, things like that, all play into our consideration of where we put a tower. And where we do place towers, we almost always conduct specific tests to ensure that that tower has the capability of picking up tags on both sides of the, should a fish go up either side of the river, up the main stem, whether it's swimming shallow, whether it's swimming deep. And so we can test those towers with test tags before we ever actually let the study go live. So we mitigate against the potential of a tagged fish passing a tower without being detected. Just to clarify, we'll have more than 2 towers. We'll have multiple towers along the main stem. We're basically segmenting the main stem into sections based on these towers. And again, to reiterate, this particular project will assign each tagged fish to stock of origin. So Canadian stocks in particular, since the expectation is that they'll swim into Canada. So if a fish passes one tower, the expectation is it will pass the next tower. And so you can get a lot of information just using process of elimination based on tower records. But we will also be flying relatively extensive aerial survey flights in certain sections of the main stem that are particularly wide and braided, such as the Yukon Flats, and also in select large tributaries to understand a little bit about spawning distribution.
Okay, thank you. One more. Before, when you did these, I think they called them archival tags. It told how deep the fish swam and what the water temperature was. Are any of these going to be that way as well?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Currently, we are not planning on using a large number of archival tags. Yeah, these are traditional radio tags.
Thank you.
Hi, Zach. So how are you planning to recover these tags? Or are you just going to let them go? That's one question. And my second question is, so the tags are they just determined to see if the salmon are making it to Canada? Are you going to attempt to recover these tags and actually study the fish to see if it spawned, look at maybe possibilities if it perished along the way from, say, this ichthyophonus or predation and egg retention? Is there any plan of doing that kind of study with this?
Yeah, excellent question, and thanks for that. The core question or the core hypothesis that we're trying to get at is monitoring the upstream success throughout the U.S. portion of the drainage, with certainly the option to extend tracking into Canada. It's incredibly difficult to find individual tagged fish on the spawning grounds, given the huge size of the drainage. So there is the study design currently doesn't include like a dedicated final location tracking effort and specific effort to find that carcass. It just don't have the time or the money or the capacity to do that within this framework. However, through the coordination discussions that are likely to happen over the coming months, and the fact that these fish will, should someone find one, there is the opportunity to report back on where that fish was, if what the relative health of the fish was, things like that. So there may be options to kind of co-share information, but the study design is not set up to track an individual fish and find the carcass.
Okay, so well, we conducted this. This is some of the work that we've done in Canada. And part of to complete that study was to actually track the carcasses, check for egg retention, look at possible ways that they did die if they didn't spawn or what the reasons were. This is some of the work that we did in the Yukon. Carly's really quite familiar. She led that project along with the CWF, but we didn't find it. Well, if they do make it to the spawning grounds, in our spawning grounds, they're fairly shallow, and our river's fairly shallow in some cases that we can track that. Just letting you know that. But I also think that this would have been a really good opportunity to, or is an opportunity to work with Yukon First Nations on an opportunity to actually do some bilateral work. Just putting that out there. And I actually recommend that. Ganesh, cheese.
Thank you.
First, we'll go to Sebastian, then Robert.
Thank you. Yeah, yesterday when you were presenting on the ichthyophonus study, it occurred to me that there was the potential for a telemetry study similar to what you've just been describing. So I'm really happy that this is happening. A couple of points. One, I am surprised, similar to Tim, that the technology hasn't evolved anymore. I know that, you know, we use radio tags for tracking migrating birds now, and they've become almost microscopic. But I suppose the environmental conditions of detecting radio waves in the water are a problem. But my real question to you is, how is this study designed to work with the ichthyophonus study?
Yeah, thanks, Sebastian, for that question. They will, the largest benefit is that they're happening at the same time. So the ichthyophonus study is designed to help investigate whether ichthyophonus is the cause of the en route mortality, whereas the telemetry work will help elucidate where en route mortality is occurring. So it is unfortunate that we will not be able to determine whether an individual tagged fish has ichthyophonus or not, because as I mentioned yesterday, and we'll talk about more tomorrow, there unfortunately is no way to confirm ichthyophonus disease without killing the fish. And obviously these tagged fish need to live. So unfortunately, there is no way to directly pair them together, but the fact that they're co-occurring in the same place at the same time gives us a lot of power to combine information from both studies to draw reasonable conclusions about what might be happening and where it might be happening.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I know that in the past, when we've done radio tag studies before, that there have been efforts to recover the tags and try to recover the carcasses. Yeah, they can be scattered over a huge watershed, but because of the fact that you can track them through an aircraft, I know that they have been located before, and they, you know, so I think it is possible.
Yeah, thanks for that comment. And you're absolutely right. It is possible with time and money. And I do totally agree that it's a perfect opportunity for collaboration. There's a lot of folks out there on the landscape doing a lot of different kinds of work, and we can certainly work together to make sure that if folks have the capacity to look for tagged fish in spawning tributaries, that we give them all the information that they would need to do so, and that we have a partnership set up so that they can share that information back, so we can get the most out of those fish, should folks want to do that work. But it will take a partnership, and it will take work from additional folks to pull it off.
Okay, we'll take one more question from Robert, and then we'll take a break. I think, Mr. Co-Chair, you have additional question as well. Okay, one more question from Robert, then we'll take a break.
Yeah, I'm just curious. This is getting into Ragnar's question at the very beginning. You were talking about reconstruction of the Canadian portion through a Bayesian modeling, I think. I was just wondering if you could expand on that a little bit. To what's the purpose in doing that, and who generally will be doing it, and is it in cooperation with anybody?
Yeah, thanks for that, and thanks for circling that back around. So that was in reference to the workshop on the third day. So ADF&G and U.S. Fish and ADF&G and University of Alaska Fairbanks have partnered together to co-develop a run abundance projection tool that combines the preseason forecast and in-season data to systematically, over the course of the season, update our best understanding of what the abundance of Canadian origin Chinook salmon is on any particular day, based on the culmination of all information that's available to us at that time. Currently, we have a forecast, and that forecast guides a lot of preseason discussion. And then currently we have a set of in-season assessment tools, things like Lower Yukon test fishery, pilot station, genetic stock composition, Eagle sonar, Currently, there is no way to systematically and mathematically combine those two estimates, although both of them have a part to play in our belief about and evidence for what the run size is on any particular day. Generally speaking, from the beginning of the season to the end of the season, there's a slow transition from believing in and relying on the run abundance based on the forecast, and then transitioning into relying on information available from in-season data. What this does is mathematically combine both of those together in a Bayesian probabilistic framework that allows us to ask questions and report out on the probability of the run, and the likelihood of having the run large enough to sustain X level of harvest or meet an escapement goal or any other probabilistic question that folks might want to ask. Currently, it's a collaboration with ADF&G and University of Alaska Fairbanks to develop the tool. And actually, the Yukon River Panel through the R&E Fund funded. It's a 2-year effort. With Dr. Curry Cunningham as the lead supervisor for a master's student. And the R&E Fund funded 1 year of that work. And through that, there was a series of developmental workshops that were funded. Those developmental workshops included participation from Fish and Wildlife Service, other academics, the JTC, in order to provide advice on how that tool could be developed, what data could be leveraged, and the functionality, like how agencies would benefit from the tool being structured. And then the second workshop that's still forthcoming is designed to transition that tool from the developmental stage to a potential implementation stage should folks find use in it. Given that it is an R&E funded project and it has potential implications for how we might estimate and project run abundance, if I could offer my advice, I think it would be a fantastic presentation to the panel once the tool is a little bit more developed.
Thank you.
So I expect we'll certainly be hearing more from the JTC, not just on this project, but others at subsequent meetings. There'll be additional opportunity to engage and ask questions, to be sure, in that regard. We do want to take a break here soon, but Mr. Chair, I think you have additional introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do have one additional Canadian panel member joining us online. I apologize for the late introduction, but Cheyenne, could we invite you to introduce yourself to the delegation?
I'm sorry, that was for me, right? You
Cheyenne,
cut out
yes.
for a second.
Yes.
Hi, sorry. Hi, everybody. I'm Cheyenne Bradley. I'm an alternate member on the Yukon River Panel. My apologies that I couldn't be there in person, but I'm actually in Ottawa right now, attending salmon meetings. I'm at the Assembly First Nations. But thank you for allowing me to introduce myself. Yeah, I just quickly just say, I just really hope that, continuing into the future, that we can really come together to help bring the salmon numbers back, not for us, but for the salmon, because the work that we should be doing for now into the future should be for them, because, they saved us and now it's our turn to save them. So thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Cheyenne, and welcome. Glad you could join us. Let's go ahead and take a break until about 1/4 to the hour, maybe a little after. See you then. On coffee, finish conversations, and we'll get back on the record. Okay, we're going to get started with our proceedings. I know there's still several people that are waiting to return to the meeting room here, but we do need to try and stay on schedule and stay on agenda. So the next topic we'll be moving into is the review of 2022 salmon seasons for both Chinook, Mainstem Chum salmon, and Porcupine Chum salmon. That'll take us through the rest of this afternoon with porcupine presentations occurring on the schedule starting tomorrow morning. After each of, or at the beginning of each of these topics, we'll do a quick review of the 2022 Yukon River Panel management recommendations. Specifically for Chinook salmon for the 2022 season, the panel had no additional management recommendations to provide to both countries, given the expectation of management strategies in both countries of no fishing for Chinook salmon. Given those expectations, there wasn't much more to add to that equation in that regard. Again, the presentations will be broken out between US and Canadian presentations. Up first will be the US presentation from Dina Jalen, the ADF&G summer season manager. Dina, as soon as you're ready, feel free to proceed.
Thanks, John. I've got my title slide up on the screen there. This is the 2022 Yukon River Summer Season Summary. I'm Dina Jalen with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. I'm the summer season management biologist. Our summer season management team also includes Fred West, our research biologist, and our assistants, and also our colleagues with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Next slide, please. Slide 2. All right, so heading into the 2022 season, we had our preseason outlook with a Canadian origin Chinook salmon outlook of 41,000 to 62,000 fish, and a drainage-wide Chinook salmon outlook of 99,000 to 150,000 fish. These outlooks were smaller than the outlooks that we had in 2021. And the 2021 run didn't meet escapement goals in Alaska and elsewhere. And so we knew heading into the season with these similar small run sizes that closures were going to be necessary on the front end of the run, at least to see how the run came in. For summer chum salmon, which tend to overlap in timing with the Chinook salmon, we had an outlook for a run size of 300,000 fish with a range of 162 to 542,000 fish. The lower end of our drainage-wide escapement goal for summer chum salmon is 500,000 fish. And so we anticipated that the run was likely going to be below the escapement goal unless it came back at the very top of the outlook range. Next slide, please. The recommendations that we had from the panel included, so going into the season, we drafted our preseason management strategies consistent with the Yukon River Panel recommendations. And those included endeavoring to achieve the escapement of Canadian origin Chinook salmon within the IMEG range. And that we would close subsistence fishing as Chinook salmon run entered the river. We also would reduce the length of 4-inch or smaller mesh whitefish nets to 60 feet or less in length. And that we would consider impacts from extreme environmental conditions on management measures and harvest opportunities. And this meant that heading into the 2022 season, we would be on the lookout for perhaps like temperature, high water or hot water temperatures. The fishery outlook and strategy was discussed at preseason meetings and teleconferences. And we mailed the strategy to households in the Outlook flyer. The 2022 flyer was 4 pages, which is twice as long as usual. And it included information about non-salmon species harvest to address concerns about those harvest levels. We sent those Outlook flyers to all the households that are in our survey household and permit mailing lists. We also included a magnet that's got our contact information and it has a toll-free hotline number that fishermen can call at any point in time during the season to get current management information and test fish counts. Next slide, please, slide 4. So this map shows the locations of projects in Alaska. The green circles are for normal operations, and those included Pilot, Anvik, Gasasa, and Eagle. The yellow circles with the red lines are projects that had modified operations. So that included Lower Yukon Test Fishery, in that we didn't operate the Middlemouth Setnet site. And then also up at the Chena and Salcha River sonars, those projects were operated as tower counts due to there being some technical issues with the sonars this year. And projects that did not operate included the East Fork Andreevsky Weir due to the fires, and also the Henshaw project due to damage to the weir up in that location from the previous year. Next slide, please. So this chart shows the pilot station sonar Chinook salmon passage. The 2022 line is there in red with the white circles. As you may notice that it is lower than all the other recent 5 years that are on this chart. And the run in 2022 is characterized by low abundance and late entry of Chinook salmon. And at the in-season projection at the average midpoint around June 24th showed a late week run with no harvestable surplus. So counts at around June 24th were well under 25,000, quite low. The run timing was about 4 days later than average based on the pilot station midpoint passage. And our season total counts at pilot station of around 48,000 fish were the lowest on record, and we're well below the recent 5-year average. And those 5 years are shown on the chart here, going back to 2017. Next slide, please. So during the summer season, we also have summer chum salmon come in at usually about the same time. The 2022 line is the green line with the diamonds, and it is above the 2022 counts and below the 2020 counts in the chart. And again, this run was characterized by low abundance and late entry of summer chum salmon. You might notice that that first line on the chart, the black line for 2017, we often see counts of summer chum salmon start to pick up before the second week of June, whereas since 2019, we haven't really seen counts pick up until after the third week of June. So these runs have been quite late in recent years. The counts that we had at pilot station sonar in 2022 were actually the fourth lowest. The bullet on this slide is incorrect. The counts ended up being a bit above the previous low counts we had in 2000 and 2001, and were also above the counts from 2021. The season total count at pilot station was 463,806 fish. And that's of course the passage estimate. Next slide, please. So this shows the Eagle sonar Chinook salmon passage. And again, the 2022 counts are the red line with the white circles. And at the midpoint of the run for late years, so around July 28th, the cumulative counts were 5,500 fish, which is quite low. And the run was projected to not meet the border passage goal. The season total counts at the end of the season were 12,025 fish. Again, you can see that the counts here are quite low, much lower than the previous years for that project. That's the lowest counts that we've had it for Chinook salmon at Eagle. Next slide, please. So the management actions that we took kind of based on our preseason strategy and also looking at the runs as they came into the season were to close fishing on June 2nd in District 1 in the Coastal District. The date for this closure was based on the anticipated arrival of the first fish. And so we actually had these closures put into place before we had seen a fish come into the Yukon, so that we're protecting all the salmon as they started to come in. And these closures included the south coastal areas, which would be the communities of Hooper Bay, Scammon Bay, and Chivak, which typically only have gear restrictions. It's unusual to have these closures extend out onto the coastal area, but we really wanted to protect all the fish as they were coming in towards the drainage. And all the Yukon area districts and tributaries were closed based on salmon travel timing and remained closed all season. And so that meant that we started our closures on June 2nd and then walked them upriver based on salmon travel timing. The low summer chum salmon abundance did not allow for selective gear fisheries to open, and the 4-inch or smaller mesh gear for non-salmon species was restricted to 60 feet or less in length. Selective gear, including dip nets, beach seines, and hook and line, were allowed for sockeye and pink salmon. So folks could go out in portions of the river where hook and line is allowed for subsistence gear, and if they got a pink or a sockeye, that they could keep it. We asked that people release all kings and all chum alive for any gear that they were using. And other gear was allowed for non-salmon all season. That includes pike nets, hook and line, spears, etc. Next slide, please. So these next two slides show the recent subsistence salmon harvests. And this slide shows Chinook salmon going back to 2011. We don't have subsistence harvest estimates yet for 2022. Those surveys are coming in. We're still anticipating getting back another 9 to 10% of permits that are still being turned in towards the end of the year. But we anticipate that harvest this year is going to be very similar to last year, and it's obviously very, very low, well below the recent averages. The recent 5-year average of 28,000 fish. This year, the test fish numbers that we had for Chinook salmon were 569 fish from test fisheries. And so that includes mortalities from the Lower Yukon test fishery and from pilot, and includes mortalities that were from the Ichthyophonus study. Next slide, please. So this might be, so this is the summer chum salmon escape. I don't know if did we miss a slide maybe? Could you go back one? No. Okay, I might have got the slide slightly out of order. Hopefully we'll get summer chum salmon subsistence harvest here at some point. So the next slide is there we go. The recent subsistence salmon harvest of summer chum salmon. And so as you can see, we anticipate the counts in 2022 to be quite low and similar in size to 2021 and well below the recent averages. And again, this number does include mortalities from the test fisheries. Next slide, please. So this table shows the summer chum salmon escapement. The projects are in the left-hand column and the 2022 estimates are in the right-hand column. So for the drainage-wide escapement goal, the goal range is between 500,000 to 1.2 million, with a median of around 1.6 million fish. And this year the counts were around 483,000 fish. So quite low and below the drainage-wide escapement goal. These include an estimated 20,000 Andrieski River fish. So you may note the asterisks there. The counts at other projects, like the Anvik sonar and the Gasasa River weir, were quite below the goals or the medians. And in some cases, these counts are about 10% of what we might have seen for the median counts. The Chino River Tower and Salcha River Tower did operate as towers, not as sonar. So these counts may not be directly applicable to previous years when we've had the sonar, but the counts kind of reflecting the run strength were quite low this year. We'll have final subsistence harvest estimates later on this winter. Those will get incorporated into the JTC report, and we can talk about them more at the preseason meeting. And of course, there were no commercial harvests of summer chum salmon in 2022. Next slide, please. So this shows the summer chum salmon drainage-wide run size. The run in 2022 was below the recent 10-year average of 1.9 million fish. And the parent years of the age 4 and the age 5 fish met the drainage-wide escapement goals. The counts that we had in 2017 and 2018 were 3.1 million and 1.6 million summer chum salmon. So we've had quite a lot of summer chum salmon, well above the drainage-wide escapement goal in most years, going back to 2000 and 2001, with those being the exceptions. Next slide, please. So this table shows the Chinook salmon escapement. Again, projects are on the left and the counts from 2022 are on the right. And the counts that we had in 2022 were well below the goals and well below the averages. The East Fork Andrieski River weir did not operate due to forest fires that were right near the project and right near the communities of St. Mary's and Pilot Station. And all the escapement estimates were below the goals. We expect there to be a small amount of incidental harvest between the Eagle sonar site and the US-Canada border, but by small, I mean probably in the range of 5 to 20 fish. So this number is pretty close to the border passage estimate. And the footnotes that I had for summer chum salmon for the Chino and Salcha also apply here, and that these are tower counts and not the typical sonar counts. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the Chinook salmon age and sex composition at the Pilot Station sonar. So the red bars are from 2022 and the blue bars with the diagonal marks are the recent 10-year average from 2012 to 2021. And this year we had more 6 and 7-year-olds than average. Those bars are slightly higher. And the percent of females was slightly higher than average. And next slide, please. And this shows the composition of the run once they got up to Eagle and that were sampled in the test fishery up there for ASL. And up at Eagle, the 2022 percentages were slightly above the recent 10-year average for age 5, 6, and 7-year-olds. And the percent females was slightly below average. In 2022 is 44.3% compared to 44.8% for the recent average. And there'll be another chart on this in Adam's presentation that'll kind of go into these age percentages in more detail. Next slide, please. This chart is a total Canadian origin Chinook salmon run. And so the harvests are estimates based on last year's information. So we estimated that the Alaska harvest of Canadian origin Chinook would be around 1,200, with a Canadian harvest estimated to be around 100, which would give us a total Canadian origin run of around 13,000, which is well below the recent 5-year average of 64,000 fish. Next slide, please. We've talked, you've heard mentioned before the difference between estimate, and this table kind of lays out a very simplified look at the difference between estimates. So the top line there is the Canadian origin Chinook salmon estimate at pilot station sonar. And so this is based on passage and genetics. And so it's the genetic proportion and the sonar estimate. It's got a, so we estimated around 22,000 Chinook salmon went past pilot. The harvest between pilot and the border of Canadian origin fish is likely less than 1,000 fish. So that we expected to see at the border somewhere in the range of 21,000 Chinook salmon. What we actually saw at the Eagle sonar count for Chinook salmon was around 12,000, and that gave us a difference of around 9,000 fish between what we saw at pilot and what we actually saw at Eagle. Next slide, please. And so the slide just talks a little about assessment and local knowledge. Our sonar counts are the best that they can be, but there is uncertainty associated with the estimates. The apportionment methods have been refined continuously at the project, and a lot of scrutiny is put on the operation of pilot station sonar, its methods, how it's handling different water conditions or environmental conditions each year. The crew does a lot of effort to make sure that they're accounting for or operating in a way that's addressing any conditions that they're facing in a given year. The pilot station sonar has over and underestimated the run in the past with no consistent bias either way to be corrected for. So since 2005, based on passage and genetic proportions beyond the confidence bounds, we've had a few years where, so in 2009, 11, and 15, the end of season, so the Eagle sonar estimate and harvest was higher than the estimate that we had at pilot station sonar. So those would be years where we kind of saw more fish at the border than we saw in the lower Yukon. In 2013 and 2017, the Eagle sonar estimate and harvest was lower than the estimate at pilot station sonar. And so this is within, or this is, outside of the confidence bounds and the confidence intervals around those numbers. And then again, in 2019 to 2022, the Eagle harvest, Eagle sonar and harvest is lower than pilot station sonar. And these years have a much larger, much more noticeable magnitude between this difference. Like it's not just a little bit outside the confidence bounds. From 2019 to 2022, we've had quite large differences between these two projects. This possibly is due to ichthyophonus or other en route mortality factors. We've talked about that a lot earlier, and Zach will give a presentation about ichthyophonus tomorrow. And as I mentioned before, there were no indication of technical issues or problems with the assessment in 2022. Our fishermen reports that we heard throughout the season confirmed low abundance and a few observations of salmon. We heard from fishermen that usual spawning areas were empty, and then also that predators and scavengers were, just seemed to also be feeling the loss of salmon, and that folks were maybe seeing bears going after different food items, or wolves or belugas being in times in areas where they haven't normally been seen, and that they seem to be looking for food and were likely not getting enough salmon in their diets. Next slide, please. So in summary, the difference that we saw between the estimates of Chinook salmon at pilot station sonar and Eagle sonar indicates a loss of fish between assessment points. And I'm also, just call attention again to the subsistence harvest. Subsistence fishing was closed. And so the harvest that would occur between those points is very small. They're very, there's not a lot of other factors going on between those two projects except fish perhaps having some sort of en route mortality. The summer chum salmon run returned within the forecast levels, but no goals were met and the run was below average. The summer chum parent years were strong, perhaps indicating a loss between the spawners and the returns. Salmon fishing was closed the entire summer season in all districts, and the non-salmon fishing opportunity remained open all season with gear restricted to in length. And we definitely acknowledge that this represents a tremendous loss of salmon from the diets and traditions of everyone along the river. We've certainly had years where we've restricted Chinook salmon, but we've been able to say, like, try to get some summer chum, try to get some fall chum. It is incredibly devastating to have to restrict everything in the same year. We know that it's extremely hard. It is just a kind of an unusual. It's a situation that we haven't encountered before, and it's very difficult to be in the face of these runs that are this low all at the same time. We expect that post-season harvest estimates will show that some salmon was harvested from either early in the season, late in the season, or incidentally in non-salmon gear, but that these harvest levels will be very small, well below average, and certainly well below the amounts reasonably necessary for subsistence. Next slide, please. So there is a lot of research that's being undertaken to help address in-river management uncertainty. Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife Service, NOAA, YRDFA, tribes, DFO, JTC, et cetera, are all coordinating with various experts on a variety of topics, and results will be shared as published papers, presentations, project proposals, et cetera. Some of the current areas of focus include looking at the marine environment, such as salmon survival and distribution. The Salmon Ocean Ecology Program has recently started up within Alaska Department of Fish and Game. They're heavily involved in the Bering Sea Trawl Survey that's looking at juveniles and also their diet and their prey and ocean conditions out in the Bering Sea. There's a lot of focus on looking at the difference between in-season estimates of Canadian origin run size at pilot versus the post-season estimates of run sizes. You've heard some about Ichthyophonus, and you'll hear more about it tomorrow. Also, the Chinook salmon radiotelemetry study starts next year in 2023. And there's a lot of other researchers and a lot of other projects that are looking at salmon health. And so one of the kind of bright lights is that when these fish are being taken up at test fish projects, we're trying to get samples from lots of different things, support lots of different research projects. We're collecting things like samples from eggs, stomach contents, intestines to look for other parasites, taking meters of fat content with fat meters, collecting muscle biopsies to look for salmon stress hormones, perhaps indicating heat stress or other stressors that the salmon are experiencing. Just kind of one early result that we've received back so far is that we were asked by Bruce Wright at the Chinook tribe to supply him with liver samples from LYTF. And he was interested in looking at paralytic shellfish poisoning because this has maybe come up in other salmon in other parts of the state. But all the samples that we sent to him were non-detect for that toxin. So just kind of an early result from some of these additional studies that are undergoing or that are being taken on. And we would expect to see more results from these projects as we go through, hopefully in the spring, the preseason meeting, and then also as those projects continue to collect samples and do their analysis. Next slide, please. This would be the final slide. This would be the acknowledgements to thank everybody, communities and all the places where we operate our projects and also the other folks that we work with and the rest of our management team and our research assessment team. So yeah, certainly a lot of people that help us throughout the season, and we appreciate all the feedback and all the talks that we have with fishermen and folks throughout the river. We try to, we're online with the YRDFA calls every week. We certainly very much appreciate all the questions and the clarifications that people ask for during that calls. It's a great way to kind of talk to people and help share information. But yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina, for a comprehensive and informational presentation. I'd also like to acknowledge that Fred West, our summer season research biologist, is instrumental in working with Dina to develop these presentations and is sitting at the table as well. One thing we usually do is try and have both US and Canadian presentations side by side, but one of the ways to build in flexibility into our agenda if we end up going long is we didn't end up splitting the presentations between the US before lunch and Canadian presentation after lunch. So in this example, we'll go ahead and proceed with questions since we are a little bit ahead of schedule for just the US presentation. And we'll start with Eric Weingarth. Go ahead.
I guess this question is going to be towards Fred. So size and weight of Chinook and of chum for this season too is just a question I had as far as the health of salmon versus maybe the last 5 years or so. Just a general idea.
Yeah, sure. So for Chinook salmon, I think last year, the the age and size were some of the smallest we've seen on record. This year they were below average, but not quite as small. And I think part of the research that we're collecting at LITF with the fat meter content, that's indicative of kind of the health of the salmon that we're currently. And so generally for Chinook, the size at age is some of the smallest we've seen, and also the I guess the size or the fat content is also below average. And as far as for chum, at least for summer chum, this year the size at age was the smallest that we've seen, and also I guess the general health, it's yeah, they're not as I guess as robust as in the past. But so the last couple of years we've seen definitely below average size and quality of the salmon for both species.
Go ahead, Eric.
And then as far as the test net information, that hasn't changed as far as, I mean, the length of drift and gears still staying constant on your sampling sizes.
Yeah, correct. So for Chinook, we're still continuing to use the same mesh sizes that we've had in the past. And so we're using an 8.5 for the set net, and then an 8.25 for the drift. And those have been consistent over time. And then for summer chum, for drifting, we're using 5.5 for summer chum. And that's been consistent for the last 20 years, I think.
Next, we'll go to Andy Bassich online. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Co-Chair. That was a great question, Eric, and I wanted to follow up on that. I wanted to remind the panel and the public that back in the mid 2000s, there was a lot of concern about changing size of salmon, and we instituted a program I think it ran for 2 years, where we did ASL GW girth and added girth and weight to the sampling protocols on the Yukon River salmon. And I think it might be worthwhile to do that again for another year, much like some of the discussion we had yesterday about just trying to keep these long-term data sets current, so that in the future we'll be able to look back and have snapshots of different timeframes and how the fish are changing and the health of the fish are changing. So I'd like to recommend to the panel that where applicable, if ASL GW could be done next year, that would, I think, bring that data set, give it another point anyway, which I think will be really valuable. And I think we'd all agree that when you start looking at these long-term data sets, the biggest killer to them is when you don't have data points occasionally in them, and they're extremely valuable for tracking things over time. So I'd like to make that suggestion, and then throwing on top of that, I'd like to make suggestions that that might be something that would be very easy to incorporate with youth if they're a part of any kind of a program, and also if there are lethal samples, counting eggs should be a part of the protocol. I think fecundity is a huge issue on the Yukon River here, and personally I believe it's the primary reason for the decline over time. So just some suggestions, and then I guess the last thing I wanted to mention or ask Fred is if it would be possible to pull together some kind of a brief summary with maybe some graphs or whatever that would demonstrate this changing size and weight in the fish right now. And the reason I'm asking for that is I know there's going to be concerted effort by the Alaska side in addressing the Area M fisheries and also bycatch. And I think that's important information for the board to get and for the public to have in their testimony regarding the current status of salmon on the Yukon River and as it relates to the marine environment, which is what people will be testifying about in those areas. So those were probably more comments and questions, but Fred, do you think that that would be something that could be put together and then disseminated out to the ACs along the Yukon River or the RACs, so that they would have that available to add to their testimony? Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Yeah, that's a good question. And actually, I was looking at that the last couple of days, starting with this discussions. So yeah, that could be available in the next week or a couple weeks. So that shouldn't be a problem. And as far as your comment about, collecting weight and girth and those kind of measurements, we're actually taking those measurements from the fish that were sampled for the ichthyophonus. And so the fish that were sampled at Pilot and Eagle and at Rapids we're taking the weight and girth as well. So, and that will continue on as long as we're continuing the sampling and for the ichthyophonus project.
And are you collecting egg counts for females?
Yes. Yeah, we're also collecting the weight of the egg skeins and also collecting fecundity, so the counts and egg mass and also the count of the number of eggs.
Great. And just a quick informational thing, the Yukon River Panel through the R&E process funded studies on some of that egg collection to get a baseline done by Paige Drobny spearfish. So it might be worthwhile looking back at some of the R&E projects because it was done, I want to say like 2007, somewhere around there. It might even been like 2005, but it goes back a number of years. So that would be another good baseline data point. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you, Fred and Dina, for the work you've put into the management here.
Thanks, Andy. We'll go to Ragnar next and then Virgil.
Mr. Chairman, and I may have missed my opportunity to ask this, but I think Mr. Allen mentioned it. About 15 years ago, there was a Chinook radio taking study done. And one of the biases, if I remember correctly, was that the Chinook were caught using a single size mesh gear, which created some bias in the results. So if I and I don't even know if it's applicable now, but yeah, I was just curious, maybe Fred or Mr. Allen, if the protocols, maybe I can just ask this in the hallway, are going to be different so that the report of where those radio tagging is not complete. I think that was a bias back about 15 years ago, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not super familiar with what mesh size they used in past tagging studies. I'm thinking they were targeting larger fish, so they might have been using like the 8.5 or that mesh size, but I'm not 100% sure. But for this study, we're planning to use 7.5-inch mesh, and that's been found to be the most selective of most of the size ranges of Chinook. So that's what their plan is.
So you actually are weighing these fish now then?
From the fish that are collected for the ichthyophonus program. So those fish are being harvested, so they're easy to weigh and collect that kind of data. So from the pilot station fish that are being collected for the ichthyophonus and also from Eagle and Rapids, they're being weighed.
And you're weighing the eggs in the females too?
Yes, separately, right? That's both skeins.
Okay, thank you. Because back, oh, I don't know, a long time ago, in the 90s, I know, maybe even in the 80s, they would weigh the eggs from the fish in my plant. And they did it from District 5 and 6 both kings and chums. And I know they did that. I don't know where all that data is, but I guess it's someplace. But then a number of us, and I said this, I think yesterday, about weighing the fish and actually cutting them open, starting in 2004, Stanza Ray and I were doing that. And to make sure that we were accurate on whether they were males or females, and then weighing all those fish, because we were really concerned about the shrinking size, and with our productivity in the ocean now, I think that's an important thing, is actually weighing the fish to see how much smaller they are getting. But I agree with what Andy said. Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Fred and Dina, for the presentation. Very much appreciate it. Lots of very helpful information in there, and in particular around the assessment programs, and really doing our best to track the best possible information, the estimates that we have on Chinook salmon returning and migrating up through the lower Yukon River. So I did want to acknowledge the efforts and the hard work that you and your teams put forward towards to enable us to have this invaluable information. I have a couple of questions that I'm hoping you can entertain. They're primarily focused on the management measures, and just trying to perhaps get a better understanding, at least from the Canadian context, surrounding the specific management measures that were put into place throughout the course of the 2022 season, acknowledging that our expectations at the start of the season, although they were poor, they were far better than what ultimately the reality that we faced later in the season turned out to be. So just for context, I know that when this panel met during our preseason meeting sessions in April, we had put forward a recommendation to the parties anticipating that the preseason outlook for Canadian origin Chinook salmon was quite poor. And that the expectation would be that there would not be fishery opportunities, that fisheries would be closed in the respective countries. So in kind of walking through the presentation that you had just provided to the panel, you described some of the preseason management strategy development, acknowledging the Yukon River Panel's recommendations, and then building into that some measures that are specific to fisheries in Alaska, such as closure of subsistence fishing as the Chinook salmon run enters the river, reducing the length, I'm assuming, of gill nets to 4-inch or smaller mesh, 60 feet in length, and then considering impacts of environmental conditions. It seems like there was quite a bit of engagement with fishery participants and stakeholders, both through the preseason meeting sessions, the teleconferences, the mailouts and whatnot. And through those efforts, directing, if you will, or providing advice on how to target non-salmon species that I guess were harvestable, or where there was harvest opportunities for those species. So as we then followed the passage of Chinook salmon past Pilot Station in the early portion of the season throughout the month of June, I think we saw very early on that initially our perception was that perhaps the run was very late, certainly weak, but weaker than expected, even more so than the return that we saw in 2021, which up until that point in time had been the lowest on recent record. At the in-season point in the middle of June, or later June 24th, it was identified that we were in a state where there was a very weak run with no harvestable surplus. The run timing was 4 days later than average. And ultimately, the total estimate at pilot of Chinook salmon was 48,439, something to that effect by the end of the month in June. So acknowledging, and I'm now on slide 8 of 21 for those that are following the thought process along. So 8 of 21 in the presentation, you outlined closure of fishing on June 2nd in District 1 and in coastal districts. So this would be in the approach areas that Chinook salmon, migrating adult Chinook salmon, would swim through as they approach the Yukon River. And then subsequently, all Yukon area districts and tributaries closed. Again, these closures were aligned with the migration timing and travel time of Chinook salmon as they moved up the Yukon River system. And notably, and this is specific to the Alaskan fishery context, that the very low summer chum abundance concurrently didn't provide any opportunities for those species either, which is extremely unfortunate. So in summary, the fishery management measures were to really restrict gear to target non-salmon species, and in some cases use selective gear to allow harvest of more abundant salmon species, those being sockeye and pink, which are really only distributed in the lower Yukon River. So I'm just curious, I know that on slide of 9 of 21, understanding all of these measures that were implemented, you note that there were some assessment programs that were administered in 2022. Some of these assessment programs involved capturing and sampling of fish for scientific purposes. I know some of those fish were utilized in the ichthyophonus monitoring study, which we'll hear about tomorrow. So approximately 570 Chinook salmon, and this is both US and Canadian origin stocks, were used for scientific purposes. I guess we could call it that. Is that fair to say? And I know that you mentioned that you're currently compiling any of the, I guess, other harvests, if I could call it that, other harvests that occurred during 2022 that are estimated at approximately an additional somewhere around 1,500 fish. So I'm just curious, trying to understand the management, the implementation of management measures and the management system in Alaska. Which fisheries or which fishery opportunities would these ballpark 1,500 Chinook salmon have been captured in? Was it early in the season? Was it? Can you provide some insight on that? Acknowledging that 1,500 is a very rough number. I fully recognize that you don't have your postseason summary information together, but just to give us some insight on, which fisheries those fish would have been caught in and under what regulatory authorities those fish could have been retained. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I guess, Nick, if I could have you pull up slide 6 just for a quick look at. So this should be the pilot station sonar. Maybe just go back one. My slide numbers are off for king salmon. There we go. So if you can see from this chart, we closed fishing on June 2nd. So this chart goes back to June 1st. So you can see that we closed fishing well in advance of any counts being seen, any appreciable number of Chinook salmon coming in at pilot station. We essentially closed fishing shortly after ice went out. So there may have been a very small number of fish that were very, very early that were caught in that tiny window between ice out and when fishing closed. We do know that the opportunity to harvest sheefish, especially in the lower Yukon, is extremely important to people at the lower Yukon. We heard a lot about how closing gear for salmon also closes gear for sheefish. And so folks really wanted to use 6-inch mesh at the start of the season after ice out to catch sheefish, and that was not an option for folks this year. So we had to tell them, like, no, you can't use 6-inch mesh, not for sheefish, not for anything, it's closed. So 4-inch mesh was open for non-salmon. That's not the best gear for sheefish. So it is possible that some of these small number of king salmon were taken very early. I would suspect that most, once we dig into the survey comments and timing data from the permits, most of these fish are going to be caught with non-salmon species. I think Christy the other day mentioned some of the permit data she'd seen where, maybe folks would get 1 king in addition to 20 non-salmon species in a day. And so that's where I suspect the bulk of this incidental harvest is going to come from, because we did close quite early in the run There may have been a very few kings that came in prior to our closure, but not many. So they should be incidental with non-salmon.
Thank you very much for that response. And so again, acknowledging that the reality of the season changed considerably from the start of the season, where we were looking at a poor year, to the end of the season, which ultimately, I don't know how better to describe it than to convey it as a disaster. So at what point during the season, when we were trending towards certainly not making minimum escapement, but trending towards historical low, all-time low abundance, at what point was a prohibition put in place on the retention of Chinook salmon in U.S. fisheries?
I mean, when we closed fishing on June 2nd, it was closed for gillnets, and then we also did not allow retention of king salmon from selective gear. So that went in at the same time. People could use dip nets either prior to June 2nd or after June 2nd, but they could not retain kings from dip nets after June 2nd, for example. Once that district closed, it closed for gillnets and for retention of kings from selective gear.
Okay, thank you for that. So the harvest would have all the 1,500 fish would have been before June 2nd. Thank you.
In district, it would walk up, like, so district 2 would close 3 days later and district 4 some number of days later. But that, as you can tell, that the fish that would have been in the river prior to June 2nd would be very few to none.
I guess perhaps building off of Mr. Co-Chair's comments, and actually a question that was asked over the last couple of days in that regard, the importance, there can be concern, and we've heard this not just in the Yukon, but in the absence of any subsistence salmon fishing activities and full-out closure, that the reliance upon non-salmon may increase, and that may result in much higher harvests than you might expect when there was full or even limited subsistence fishing. Has that been a trend that's been observed in Alaska?
No, and I haven't seen the non-salmon harvests for 2022 yet, but what we saw last year is that when salmon fishing is closed, essentially a lot of opportunity for non-salmon fishing is also closed. As I mentioned, a lot of folks would prefer to catch she-fish with 6-inch mesh. And so if that opportunity is not allowed, then that harvest opportunity is also greatly reduced. It's also a lot harder to justify the cost of gas to go out and maybe get 5 whitefish, whereas it may be worth the cost of gas if you can go out and get salmon at the same time. So there may be increased importance and reliance on non-salmon, but there's just much less gear in the water. A lot of folks don't have a 4-inch mesh. If they're salmon fishermen, they may not have non-salmon gear. And so, yeah, the harvest that we've seen of non-salmon is actually lower last year and likely lower this year than in previous years when we did have more gear in the water.
Yeah, thanks for that. One quick follow-up, Robert, and I'll go to you. So I think you mentioned yesterday or maybe the day before that that a lot of the, even thinking about it in terms of salmon fishing and salmon subsistence fishermen, that they will frequently catch non-salmon species or even non-target salmon species that they may not be actively seeking in that regard. And obviously with salmon subsistence fishing being completely closed, then that is another source of non-salmon fishing that's also not available given customary and traditional practices that salmon subsistence fishermen might practice. Is that another source or explanation for why we haven't seen a significant increase in non-salmon harvest in these years of salmon closure?
I think I follow. I think just when salmon fishing is closed, then anything larger than 4-inch mesh is out of the water. And so it's much harder to catch non-salmon fish if you're also going out for salmon. I think I also mentioned yesterday that usage patterns and reliance on fish may be changing. Fishermen who may have previously really gone out and targeted pike to feed their dog team may now no longer have a dog team. So that may also decrease some of the harvest of non-salmon fish as well.
Thank you, Robert.
Just a quick question. Are people here obligated to throw back dead fish as well? So if it's a 4-inch mesh and the salmon's dead, everything goes back?
No, if you did get a fish if you got a king in your 4-inch mesh and it could not be released alive or it was dead, then we wanted fishermen to keep that fish and take it home and make use of it. yeah, they did not have to throw it back if it had already expired.
Thank
We
you.
did not want the fish wasted at all.
Is it difficult to enforce than live release?
What we heard from enforcement this year is that the flights that they had on the river is that it was, the river had very little gear in the water. A lot of people, it's just not worth it to go out with a 4-inch mesh and just not get salmon. So there was very little gear in the water. I think there were maybe a couple citations for folks that were using 6-inch mesh, that were using larger mesh. But as we told our enforcement, like if you see someone fishing a 4-inch mesh and they have a salmon that died in their 4-inch mesh, like that's okay. They should not be targeting salmon with their 4-inch mesh. But if they do kill a salmon, king or chum, they should keep it and not waste it. But there were some citations for larger mesh. So it's good that those people they get found out.
Okay, thank you for that.
One other thing I'd like to mention is that the description of what Dina is describing in her overall presentation and the restrictions as well is that all of those restrictions extended for a significant distance along the Bering Sea coast of the Yukon River as well. And so as fish or adult salmon are migrating on their marine migration to the mouth of the Yukon River, that's actually a mixed group of multiple different stocks that aren't just Yukon. Some of them are heading to chum salmon, and king salmon are heading to the Norton Sound district. That's just north of the mouth of the Yukon, as well as chum salmon that may be heading all the way up into Kotzebue. That's still further north than Norton Sound area. But these same restrictions that Dina is describing were in place for, again, the entire season in the entire coastal district leading up to that area. Some may feel that that was extreme given it's a mixture of other stocks, but it is an example, I guess, of the emphasis that's being placed on trying to reduce or eliminate that Yukon salmon harvest as much as possible to try and put as many fish onto the spawning grounds as possible.
Yeah, I guess to that point, if you pull up slide 4, you can see the Yukon management area, the gray area that extends all the way out along the mouth of the coast. It's a little bit difficult to see, but it does extend from the Nasconnet Peninsula up to Point Romanoff. So there's quite a lot of coastal area, coastal streams, fish that may have been going to Norton Sound or Kuskokwim River that were also, the fishing opportunity was closed in that area for the summer season as well.
Thanks for bringing up the map, Dina. That helps to put it in context. Brandy, and then Virgil, and then Ragnar.
Okay, so you close on June 2nd when you determine at the testing site. Was that at like Pilot Station, or like on the map there? You closed, but for ice out, but of course there was no ice on the ocean at that time. So how, like if you're closing into the marine environment going up along the coast?
So we closed on June 2nd, kind of based on historical timing of first fish. Like we'll often see a first fish show up in subsistence fisheries or at our lower Yukon test fish around that time. So we didn't wait to see a fish. We decided, sometime in May that we were going to close fishing on June 2nd. So it was kind of more of a based on ice out and based on historic timing of the very first fish being seen in the lower Yukon.
Okay, and that was my first question. Okay, and then 2, June 2nd, but isn't there a June, that's when the salmon are starting to run and you hadn't seen them yet? Just bear with me, I'm trying to put this all together. So there's Area M that has a major commercial fisheries that actually has been proven that it's actually taking out a number of, say, Chinook and chum out of the, I guess you call us the West fishery, that's coming out. So we hadn't seen the fish yet. Knew they were going to be low, but there was also a bycatch. I think it was 500,000 chum that they can actually sell. And then there's also the north fisheries of these migrating fish that is actually done in June. Do we know how that might have affected these runs at all? The last year, 2021, was 1 million chum in the bycatch, from my understanding. If you can answer, that'd be great. If not, maybe go ahead and find the answers for me, but I know it's a big one. Thank you.
Sure, I can go ahead and address your question. A very good one, by the way, as well. So the chum salmon is the primary species that's of focus and concern when it comes to the Alaska Peninsula fisheries, or Area M as it's commonly known. And in the June fishery is where the focus has been of that concern. And those stocks are what are considered summer chum. And they are stocks that extend from Bristol Bay through the Kuskokwim area, through the Yukon, Norton Sound, and to some extent even up into Kotzebue. But really that coastal Western Alaska chum salmon stock is what that's commonly referred to. So these are the summer chum salmon of the Yukon, not the fall chum salmon of the Yukon. So that's where the focus of concern is. And again, those summer chum only extend, halfway up the Alaskan portion of the drainage, maybe a little bit beyond the Tanana, but they're not like fall chum salmon on the Yukon that are a transboundary stock with Canadian and Alaskan stocks in that regard. And for Chinook salmon, yes, there are Chinook salmon that are harvested in that peninsula fishery, but the numbers are quite small by comparison. There's been some years that the numbers have been a little higher, but that's like you start getting into, say, the 50,000 range. For Chinook salmon in the peninsula fisheries, it's usually 15, maybe 20,000, but 15,000 or less. And it's bearing in mind that the variety of stocks that are susceptible to harvest within that fishery extend throughout the Pacific Rim. During certain times of the year, such as summer chum salmon, during the month of June, in that June fishery, there's going to be a higher proportion as they're migrating back to coastal Western Alaska areas in that regard. But there's also stocks from other areas of Alaska, from the lower 48, from Russia, from Asia as well, that are susceptible to being harvested in that same fishery. So for Chinook salmon, the concern has not been there with respect to that interception of, say, Yukon stocks in particular, but even other coastal, other Western Alaska Chinook stocks, because the numbers are just so low by comparison to, say, chum salmon. And for fall chum salmon, the proportions from prior year surveys going back to 2007, 2008, 2009 is less than 1%, less than 1%. And that's been identified in the harvest from the Alaska Peninsula fisheries for the fall chum salmon, which are Yukon specific in that regard. And the harvest, when that's taken, is in the post-June fisheries of the Alaska Peninsula. And those post-June fisheries are more focused on local stocks and stocks that are predominantly heading to Bristol Bay to some extent, which is really sockeye oriented and a sockeye focus at that time. So I hope that clarifies a little.
Sorta, a little bit. Okay, so some of the numbers that I received, there were 75,000 Chinook that were caught in that actual that were Western genetics that was headed for the Yukon River and other locations there. Plus, there's also, I don't know the numbers that were caught in the pollock bycatch, and as well as the fall chum that were caught in the pollock bycatch. So there's quite a few from the numbers that I received that are received, but I know that you guys closed it in June. So those fish were caught before they could even make it to the Yukon River or the tributaries that are, or the other rivers that are close to it. So yeah, I'm just trying to wrap my head around, like, when we're doing all this in the river work, that, for looking at all these different diseases that might be the case, there is, doing all these different or looking at all these different scenarios that might be happening. But I see that we did a little bit of bycatch information, but I don't really see in this process where we're looking at the bycatch and how we're fitting this into what we're talking about here today and why the fish are so low, and we're not really addressing that. I mean, at this table, I know at other tables that they possibly are, but I think it should be brought here as well. And we should probably be looking at getting the real numbers, genetics, what is really happening there. And I know, John, you tried to explain it to me really well, and I thank you for that, but I feel like I'm still very confused by this.
Understandable. It's a complex topic. We can certainly try and provide as much clarity as possible in that regard. But one thing I would like to comment on is that there's no data or information that I'm aware of that shows that 75,000 Canadian or Yukon overall Chinook salmon were taken in certainly the peninsula fisheries. That's not a figure or statistic I've ever heard. In fact, there's very little, if any, genetic stock composition assessment from the Alaska Peninsula fishery. I do have to wonder if it might be very easy to conflate or confuse some of the information on the pollock fishery, trawl fishery bycatch in that regard. So perhaps that might be where some of that data that you're referring to came from. But again, I can't say for certain, but besides to say that for the Alaska Peninsula fishery, it really is a summer chum concern, not a Chinook or a fall chum, Yukon River fall chum concern.
Okay, well, that's kind of my point, is that we don't have that information. So if we could possibly have some way to be able to work that into what we're doing in this process to have a better understanding of what is happening out there. I mean, it's summer chum, but what is happening to the fall chum, what is happening to the bycatch of the Chinook, and how that might be impacting the salmon runs itself. So that's where I'm saying we're missing that information, and I feel that we're not putting that into this process.
I will go to you in 1 second, Mr. Chair, but just on the bycatch aspect from the pollock fishery, that's very front and center in the panel process. And every preseason meeting, there is an update that is provided to the panel during that time frame. So definitely you'll be seeing information that is not only as part of that report, but it's contained in the JTC report in a significant level on an annual basis. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You actually brought up the point that I wanted to bring to the panel's attention. But perhaps building on the questions from our Canadian delegation, I'll be the first to acknowledge that fisheries and fishery administration in Alaska, both in marine and inland waters, is it's a very complicated system. There's many various boards and committees and advisory processes, in some cases that overlap, in some cases that operate in parallel. And so the questions that are coming forward are in a genuine attempt to best understand as a simple way as we can, and through this process, perhaps potential fisheries where Yukon River origin salmon are being intercepted. And the reason, just to provide the context for this panel, the reason why we're asking these questions is because I think, as most panel members are aware, under the Yukon River Salmon Agreement, paragraph 12, there is an obligation for the parties to work together to ensure that let's call it and I'm paraphrasing, but basically the healthy, the abundance of Yukon River salmon stocks is maintained by reducing marine catches and bycatches of Yukon River salmon. And so building on this and acknowledging that there is some catch and bycatch of Yukon River salmon in the marine environment, a number of years ago, this panel did bring forward the decision to receive an annual report on Yukon River Chinook salmon bycatch in the Bering Sea pollock fisheries. So this is a situation where you have a fishery happening in the Bering Sea that's directed at a completely different species that's incidentally or accidentally picking up the undesired species for that fishery, which are salmon, and in our case, in some numbers, Yukon River salmon. So we have through Mr. Co-Chair and his team, as well as federal administrative agencies, been working very hard to bring about an annual report for this panel that's presented at the pre-season meeting that provides detailed information on the interception of Yukon River Chinook salmon in the pollock Bering Sea fisheries, so bycatch in those fisheries. So merely bringing it forward to the panel's attention that report is forthcoming. For prior year reports are published on the Yukon River Panel's website as component of our meeting materials. So for individuals that are interested in looking up past reports from prior years, those are available in the pre-season meeting packages on the Yukon River Panel's website. But all of this to say, building on my initial comment around trying to understand the complexities of fishery administration in Alaska and fisheries, certainly over the last number of years, the Canadian delegates have been hearing a lot about the Alaska Peninsula fisheries. So those are, in our understanding, US, Alaskan directed salmon fisheries. And in some cases, there's incidental catch, if you will, or these are mixed stock fisheries. So there's incidental catch of a variety of species and stocks in those fisheries. So I think that through some of the line of questioning and understanding that, I believe there's some very important regulatory meetings that are coming up shortly to talk about those Alaskan Peninsula fisheries. I believe that it would be advantageous if we could at the panel's pre-season meeting to perhaps receive a presentation, Mr. Chair, if you're willing and able, just to provide us with just some information on the relevance of those fisheries to Yukon River salmon stocks, and if there are any interceptions or if there are any gaps in information that perhaps we should be exploring, in particular through paragraph 12 of the Yukon River Salmon Agreement through this panel process, Mr. Chair. I think it would really help bring about some certainty and clarity and perhaps avoid any misinformation, as I think, there's lots of information floating around, and we want to be sure that that our membership has the correct information. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I think that's a very good suggestion, and I would consider that an action item for the April 2023 or 2023 preseason meeting. So Victor, capturing that as an action item, that I'll definitely be coordinating with other staff members on that. So the Alaska Peninsula fishery specifically is managed by what's called Region 4. Within Alaska. It's certainly staff that I can reach out to, as well as our genetic staff, and maybe kind of identify who the ideal staff member may be in that regards. And again, the pollock fishery and the bycatch from the pollock fishery has been a fixture, especially for a report to the panel, but also to add to Mr. Co-Chair's comments that there has consistently been pollock bycatch information contained even well back historically within the JTC report that's been bolstered by this more recent report directly to the panel that is presented each preseason meeting. So yes, we could definitely seek to provide that information to the panel at the next meeting, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I believe we have a few more questions
Yes.
from panel members before lunch.
We'll go to Virgil and then Ragnar and then Ellen.
I don't really have a question. I'm just going to answer a little bit of what some of the Canadian people have asked. Okay, I know that Andy Bassich and I will probably be at these meetings that are coming up, especially the Area M meeting. We've worked together on this for more than 20 years in this arena to try to cut down on those people's fishing time. Anyway, and then speaking of Norton Sound and the fish that are swimming up the coast, Norton Sound this last year, Norton Sound does not have the monitoring projects that we do on the Yukon because we're just one big river. There, they have a bunch of smaller rivers, like one of the major one is the Unalakleet River. They have one little weir up it. But so the way they find out that the runs are horrible is they just don't catch fish. So I'll give you the results of what happened to them this year, because I've been researching this. Okay, they started out with a commercial fishery. They caught 5% of the long-term average of both chum salmon and coho salmon, and their king salmon fishery is totally closed. They can't keep king salmon. They have to release them. Anyway, and so they are just about, the only thing they got the fish for basically was with 4-inch, I think they just used 4-inch mesh for pink salmon. And so some, they did fish for that a little bit, but they're in the toilet as well. You know, the ones that are the fish that were swimming up the coast. And there have been, there was, let's see, I can't think of Penelope's last name, but I know Lisa Sieb and this other lady by the name of Penelope were doing a lot of the genetic work for the panel when we were negotiating back in the 90s. And so there was some confusion over the baseline, and there was one set of samples that they had changed the number of markers. And so they didn't have the markers for the Canadian stocks in the baseline, and those samples were run. And so naturally none showed up, but then they changed the baseline and got those samples in. And they used to in that area M fishery prior to 2001, they had to do a test fishery first before they could have a commercial fishery. And they had to go by the sockeye to chum ratio. Plus they were doing genetic samples of it. And I know that I think it was around the 12th or 13th of June, there was one sample period where 15% of the chum salmon caught were Canadian origin Yukon fall chum salmon in that one sample. But this study that was done from 2007 to 2009 called WASP, I don't really have confidence in it. But in that study, they said the overall average for the 3-year period is 57% of the chum salmon caught in that South Peninsula June fishery were Western Alaska origin, which mixes us in with all the rest of Western Alaska. And what I still can't comprehend is how we have 3 different distinct fall chum groups, the border stocks, the Tanana stocks, and the Canadian stocks, but that study didn't separate any of those fish. But the one thing that study did do from when I was on the Board of Fish and they first started doing all this stuff is you have to have a 90% confidence interval before the board will take any action, regulatory action. And they had an 88% confidence interval on the Kotzebue stocks. And so we couldn't do nothing. Now they have over a 90% on confidence interval on Kotzebue stocks. And I know for a fact that Yukon River summer chums, the Tanana River component is more like fall chums genetically, and they know at Pilot Station how many of the fish are headed to the Tanana River of the summer chums. And so why the hell can't they do that in Area M? That's my big question. And I will be at that meeting along with probably Andy. He can answer that because he gets to go because he's the chair of the advisory committee where he lives. And I'm still a member of the one, even though I'm not the chair anymore. I was the chair for 8 years of the Fairbanks one, but I will probably be the person that the AC sends down to represent RAC. And then I know that Stan Zaray, he's the chair of the one for Tanana Rampart Manly, and he will be there too. So there will be 3 of us there fighting like hell for Yukon River salmon. So I just want everyone to know that we're not doing nothing about it. Thank you.
Ragnar, go ahead. Again, let's try and be conscious of our time here. We want to get to lunch as soon as possible. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I had a lot of questions, but I'll save them for the hallway. Just maybe one. And you brought this up, Mr. Chairman, and it was regarding the closures in the coastal district. It was pointed out those are in the Yukon area, and Neskonuk Peninsula, which is south of Chivak. There seems to be a growing take of salmon from the northern approach, and that's not in the Yukon area, north of Cape Romanoff Point, and which is in the North and Southern District. Is there any effort, because there were studies done, I think it was in the 80s, on there were stocks coming in from the north along Eastern Norton Sound, and keep in mind this is not in the Yukon area. Is there any efforts to maybe curtail that growing effort north of Romanoff Point?
There hasn't been any specific efforts to date in that regard. It's something that is very much on the radar along those lines. There has been studies that have been conducted and even recent studies. Now they've currently been on coho salmon. So doing telemetry studies within Norton Sound to look at their marine migration within Norton Sound, how they approach their natal streams. And the interest is obviously and always has been to extend that to chum salmon as well. But no, there hasn't been any specific regulatory action taken yet on that area you're referring to just outside of the Yukon border. But it is on the radar. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some action taken in a not too distant future. Ellen, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just wanted to mention briefly that the Alaska Fisheries Science Center is currently recruiting an analyst, and that the focus of this person would be to update the adult equivalence model more frequently. I know the council presented an update on the impacts of the pollock fishery on Chinook, including Western Alaska, Middle Yukon, Upper Yukon. They reported that in June of 2022. The prior report was in 2018. So we should see more regular reporting on those to keep track of.
Excellent. That's great news and good to hear, Ellen. Appreciate that.
I apologize for delaying the lunch, but something sticks in my craw, and maybe I'm stopping the parade to pick up a dime, but that 4-inch idea that you're describing, I don't see that as enforceable. So for instance, if you say we allow them to keep those fish that die in the net, when we have fish in Little Atlin Lake pike that fall above 63, we ask them to be released. Even if they're injured and we know they're going to die, they have to go back because we don't want to encourage people to have the dead fish in the boat. It seems like that, and I don't want to suggest that all people are miscreants, but it seems like to me allowing them to keep the fish, and I know this offends the TK, it becomes unenforceable, and so it's a bit of a problem. I would suggest. But thank you.
Yeah, I guess was there a specific question? I think what we've heard from fishermen is that the need to have that gear open to harvest non-salmon is exceptionally important. And I'm sorry, I don't have the harvest of non-salmon in front of me, but the number of salmon that are harvested incidentally from that gear is quite small compared to the number of non-salmon. So to remove that opportunity would be removing an additional very large amount of fish from people that is very important to them. So it's definitely kind of a balancing act. We know that some small number of salmon is going to be taken incidentally in that non-salmon gear, but keeping that opportunity and allowing people to harvest that much larger number of non-salmon is very important.
Understood.
And that's also part of why we've restricted the mesh size or the mesh length to 60 feet. So it's not a long net. It should be a short net. We encourage fishermen to fish it in sloughs and side channels where they're not going to harvest salmon. We ask fishermen continuously. It's in every single communication we have to set this gear in an area where you're not going to encounter salmon and target non-salmon with this gear.
Thank you for that.
Okay. Not seeing any additional questions. So let's go ahead and break for lunch. We're just a little bit past noon at this point. So we'll return to move into our afternoon agenda items at 1:30 p.m. We'll see everybody then. Oh, quick reminder again for folks that want to provide public testimony today at the end of our session. Again, there's sign-up sheets on the table outside, and the deadline is at 3:30 p.m. today to sign up for public testimony. Canadian Chinook presentation set up. Okay, I think we'll get started with our afternoon session. Again, continuing with the theme of season summary presentations, we'll now move into the Canadian Chinook salmon presentation from Jacqueline Kendall and Adam Odell. Jacqueline and Adam, as soon as you're ready.
Great, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Just a quick sound check to make sure I'm coming through okay.
Loud and clear.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, so good afternoon, Mr. Co-Chairs, panel members, and advisors. My name is Jacqueline Kendall, and I am the acting fishery manager for the Yukon River with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. And I'll be presenting this afternoon with my colleague, Adam Odell, who is the senior stock assessment biologist for the Yukon River with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. And we're going to be walking through right now the Yukon River Salmon Chinook assessment and management actions for the 2022 season. Next slide, please. Thank you. So our presentation will track the Chinook stock assessment projects and the associated management actions, starting with pre-season before the fish enter the river, through late spring and early summer when the Chinook are moving upstream through Alaska, and finally into summer as they enter Canada. We will also provide a post-season summary of the assessment projects and review the environmental conditions that the Chinook encountered during their migration. Next slide, please. So first, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over the 2022 Yukon River Panel fishery management recommendation for the 2022 Chinook season. So the Yukon River Panel recommended that due to the poor Chinook forecast, the Yukon River Panel anticipates the closure of all Chinook fishing for the duration of the 2022 season. Next slide, please. So in response to this recommendation, Canadian fishery management strategies incorporated uncertainty of past forecast performance and probability-based forecast into the management plan, and in-season decision-making relied on the lower bounds of projections. With the low forecast, DFO closed the public angling, commercial, and domestic fisheries pre-season and throughout the 2022 season. Next slide, please.
Okay, thanks, Jacqueline.
Yep.
So for reference, we'll be looking at numbers from these projects identified on the map here. I'll start with the preseason forecast, which was developed while the fish were still in the ocean. And for early season management, we'll use numbers from Pilot Station. For in-season adjustments and border passage, we'll be looking at numbers from Eagle sonar, and then give a summary of Canadian assessment projects. These ones identified here, all the way up Porcupine sonar around Old Crow, Klondike sonar, Tatch and Weir, Takini sonar, and the Whitehorse Fishway. So just to note, this is not an exhaustive list of all Chinook salmon projects in Yukon, but maybe perhaps the little more established ones. Next slide, please. This year's preseason forecast was developed similar to last year, which was a new approach that we created with ADF and G. So rather than producing an escapement range, it's based on probabilities that provide the opportunity to answer questions such as what chance do we have of seeing a run size of, or a run of a particular size. So for 2022, the run was forecast to be similar to last year, which is slightly lower than average. Only a 50% chance, or 1 in 2, of seeing a run of 50,000 or greater, and a 75% chance, or 3 of 4, of being more than 45,000 fish, and a 90% chance, or 9 out of 10, of being more than 41,000 fish. So the forecast indicated a low run was expected. Next slide, please.
Okay, thank you. So as Adam mentioned, each probability has an associated run size, and with that, a Canadian harvest share. The 2022 preseason forecast was for 41,000 to 62,000 Canadian origin Chinook salmon. However, uncertainty and past forecast performance strongly suggested that it was unlikely that the run size would be at the upper end of this range. Fishery managers needed to determine a probability that considered this to plan for and manage to in the early season, while considering the uncertainty of Pilot Station sonar estimates, while also relying on the lower bound of in-season projections. With a 75% probability of the run size being at least 45,000 Canadian origin Chinook as a preseason outlook, this would result in a Canadian harvest share of 0 to 575 fish. So with the probability of a low run size, DFO maintained closures in the commercial and domestic fisheries and closed the public angling fishery pre-season. First Nation fishery managers were informed of the low expected harvest and planned for their fisheries accordingly. And in terms of meetings, the Yukon River Panel preseason virtual meeting was held in April 6th to 8th, and preseason intergovernmental virtual meeting was held on May 10th, with bi-weekly meetings following from June 22nd to September 28th. Next slide, please.
As the run was underway, we watched Chinook numbers come in at Pilot Station. In the graph here, the blue bars are the passage of Canadian origin Chinook at Pilot Station sonar. And those are, sorry, as estimated by data counts and in-season genetics. And the total passage, which includes US origin fish, is in the light gray bar portion just above the blue. So summed to be the total Canadian and US origin fish. So June 19 was the run's first quarter point, with 4,400 estimated Canadian origin Chinook passed so far, out of a total of 7,000 Chinook to that date, including the US fish. This suggested a below average run, which appeared to not meet the preseason forecast or the interim management escapement goal. Next slide, please. By June 29th, Pilot Station Chinook numbers had reached the midpoint, and Canadian origin fish were a higher proportion of the run than usual, particularly early on, and the Canadian origin passage estimate of almost 15,000 Chinook was well below average. Next slide, please. And as the run started to wind down, the passage estimate was still well below the forecast, the preseason forecast, with just under 19,000 Canadian origin Chinook estimated to have passed by July 6th. Next slide, please. And by the end of the run, the total estimated passage of Canadian origin Chinook at Pilot Station was just over 21,000 Chinook. This is well below the average and below the preseason forecast. So remember, though, that Pilot Station numbers had resulted in an overestimate of Chinook entering Canada the past 4 years. So this pilot estimate was presumed to be higher than what we would see at Eagle. Next slide, please. So here's Eagle sonar now, just downstream of the Canadian-US border on the Yukon River Mainstem. By early July, the first Chinook had started to arrive. So fish began to arrive a little bit late, and this was expected based on late run timing seen at Pilot Station and the assumed low run numbers. Next slide, please.
Okay, so as the season was progressing in early July, the salmon were not arriving as expected based on the information out of Pilot. And there was concern that the lower bound of the IMEG would not be obtained. DFO continued to maintain closures in the public angling, commercial and domestic fisheries, and limited to no First Nation harvest was anticipated. So continuing into late July, a Pilot Station was confirming very low run size, and bi-weekly in-season meetings with Yukon First Nations, Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, and stakeholders continued, and we heard the concerns from First Nations along the Yukon River. Conservation was a priority for all to get as many salmon to the spawning grounds as possible, and many Yukon First Nations indicated very low to no harvest intention pre-season and early season, with then many implementing a range of strategies to request their citizens refrain from any salmon harvest at all as the season progressed. Next slide, please.
By late July, the passage at Eagle sonar was well below average, which was expected based on the numbers seen downstream at Pilot. Next slide, please. And as the run peaked and started to decline, the numbers of Chinook observed at Eagle topped out at just under 12,000 fish destined for Canada. So for reference, this is below the preseason forecast, but also well below the intermanagement escapement goal of 42,500 to 55,000 Chinook. Next slide, please.
Okay, so by the middle of August, the Canadian origin estimate from Pilot Station was just over 21,000, and passage at Eagle sonar was well below what was projected at Pilot sonar. It was very clear by this time that border passage would not meet spawning escapement goals, and there would be no harvest opportunities due to the conservation concern. Fisheries and Oceans Canada acknowledged that returns were poor and worse than expected, and as a result, measures were implemented with a prohibition on retention of Chinook in Canada for all fisheries by early August. Next slide, please.
So this year's final count at Eagle was much lower than the average. So about 23% of the average run size, which the last 10 years was around 52,000 fish. Next slide, please. And now a summary of some of the other assessment projects as well. So all assessment projects on the Canadian origin Chinook produced estimates that were much below average, right from pilot and through to the most upstream sites. Of note here, the Tatchin Creek Weir does appear to be an exception at 87% the average, but this was the first full year of this project in operation in about 20 years, where it previously operated as taking partial counts. So the low numbers observed at Eagle were reflected in all of the upstream assessment projects. Next slide, please.
Okay, so this slide is a summary of management actions for Yukon River Mainstem Chinook and began with acknowledging and considering the uncertainty of the Canadian origin run size estimate from pilot. DFO maintained closures in the licensed public angling, commercial and domestic fisheries for the entire 2022 season. Up-to-date information was shared via in-season bi-weekly conference calls that ran from June 22nd to September 28th, and as well through weekly written summaries that were distributed to Yukon First Nations, Yukon Salmon Subcommittee members, other government representatives, and harvesters from around June 23rd to November 3rd. Yukon First Nation fishery government managers considered pre-season and in-season stock assessment information, local and traditional knowledge, conservation needs of the salmon, and Yukon Salmon Subcommittee recommendations. Next slide, please. So on this slide, we're going to look at the post-season results for Mainstem Yukon Canadian origin Chinook. The preliminary total Canadian run size was just over 12,000, which was well below the lower end of the interim management escapement goal of 42,500 to 55,000. With this run size, there was no allocation to the US or Canadian fisheries, and border passage did not meet the interim management escapement goal. At this time, harvest information is still being obtained. We do have quite a bit of information at this point in time, but a minimal harvest of Chinook is expected. Preliminary information for Canadian harvest at this time suggests a bycatch of 45 Chinook, which would leave us with a preliminary spawning escapement estimate of just under 12,000. Next slide, please.
So going back and looking at the total at Eagle once again, and considering this in a historical context of Canadian origin Chinook crossing the border into Canada. Next slide, please. So at 12,025 Chinook, this year's spawning escapement was the lowest on record. So the long-term average of about 48,500 and the 10-year average being about 50,000. This year's spawning escapement was below the intermanagement escapement goal, as I've mentioned a few times here. The escapement goals here being identified by the horizontal black lines. And something to note with this figure here is that some of these escapement goals and the abundance estimates may not be directly relatable going about 20 years back and beyond, just given the estimation methods at the time, just as a note. Next slide, please. So adding in US and Canadian harvest, US harvest in gray, Canadian harvest in red. Harvest in both countries this year was very, very low. And even with zero harvest, the run wouldn't have approached that lower bound of the intermanagement escapement goal. Next slide, please. And added together, spawning escapement, US harvest and Canadian harvest summed to the total estimated run size. And this year's estimate, just over 12,000 fish, was the lowest on record and less than 1/5 of the 10-year average, identified by those hash marks on the right, the 64,000. Next slide, please. And now looking at the quality of escapement in terms of age, sex, and length from fish entering Canada on the Mainstem using data from the Eagle sonar site. So the age 4 fish are at the bottom in the light blue here. The age 5 are in the gray just above that. Age 6 in the darker blue near the top. And age 7 fish at the very top of the graph. So this year's run had a near average age distribution, which is similar to last year, an even split of 5 and 6 year olds with a small number of 3 and 7-year-old fish. Next slide, please. And taking a look at the sex ratio with females below and males above. This year's sample at Eagle is 44% female, which is identical to 2021. And like age, that's very close to the average sex ratio as well. Next slide, please. And now looking at length separated by sex with females on top and males below. Male fish were smaller than average at Eagle this year, nearly the smallest average on record, and females were near average size, and slightly larger than the past couple of years. Next slide, please. So returning to what I described previously, that fewer Chinook arrived at Eagle than what were expected based on the pilot. So in our estimates, there are several potential reasons for Chinook numbers to decrease between pilot and Eagle, and I'll go through a few of these here. So fish headed to the Porcupine River, fish harvested on their way to the border, measurement error, and non-harvest mortality. And starting with porcupine fish, so Porcupine River Chinook leave the main stem at Fort Yukon, and so they don't cross the border at Eagle. These fish are counted as Canadian origin at pilot, but don't arrive at Eagle, and this happens every year. And this year's estimate of Porcupine Chinook at Old Crow was just under 350 fish. So this is a very small proportion of the Canadian origin run. Now looking at harvest, US harvest removes a certain number of Canadian origin Chinook along the river. And US harvest estimates for Canadian origin Chinook are presently unknown, but as I stated, predicted to be very, very low. And considering measurement error, so this includes uncertainty we know, for example, the uncertainty around the estimate from pilot station. And this year with the confidence intervals was between 65,500 and 23,000 fish. And it also includes uncertainty that we can't really account for. Fish can be missed from or included in a count in a way that isn't noticed and accounted for. And lastly, here looking at non-harvest mortality or natural mortality. This includes death along the river from disease, heat stress, or injuries that cause fish to drop out along their migration. Next slide, please. And now looking at the historic estimates at these two sites, Eagle and Pilot, the number of Canadian origin Chinook past Pilot is in blue here. And the number of Chinook past Eagle each year in orange, plus those harvested before they reach Eagle in gray, just stacked on top of the orange, or I guess they look more yellow here. Looking at each year's pair of bars, we can see that the combined Eagle estimate and harvest each year, so orange and gray, doesn't always match the estimate from Pilot in blue. And this was mentioned in the previous presentation as well. So it's an important question is then, how often are the combined Eagle and harvest estimates outside the confidence intervals of the pilot station estimate? And a number of years show the difference as either Pilot or Eagle producing a higher estimate. But when we focus on the past 4 years, so since 2019, there's a trend of considerable difference in the lower count at Eagle compared to Pilot, suggesting that Chinook that past Pilot are not reaching Eagle. Next slide, please. And so lastly here, a summary of the environmental conditions from the past year. So the most notable environmental condition this year were once again record high snowpacks and subsequent water levels in the upper Yukon River watershed and the record lows in the Porcupine. So in the upper river, winter snowpack was more than double the average in southern Yukon. And now coupling this with the high temperatures in June, water levels increased rapidly and flood advisories were issued across the southern Yukon. Water levels remained high throughout the salmon migration period, bumping up in the fall due to precipitation. And water temperatures peaked in early July, approaching 20 degrees and dropping to around 15 degrees throughout the bulk of the remainder of the migration period. And going to the middle and lower Yukon River and tributaries, snowpack in the middle Yukon, at least relative to the territory here on Canada side, was very high again this year, with areas seeing between 150 to 400% the norm, with high snowpack and melt in the upper river, providing a large water volume entering the middle and lower river. This high snowpack in the area maintained high water levels, which last throughout the migration period. And now Porcupine, it saw entirely different conditions. It did have pretty high snowpack at about 150% the average, which was consistent with elsewhere. And it led to high spring water levels. But by mid-June, the river had dropped to below average and remained low throughout the season. Water temperatures peaked early in the migration period, reaching over 20 degrees, and then remained near or above average, so around 15 to 17 degrees for the remainder of the season. And that concludes it with the next slide, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jacqueline, Adam, again for another excellent presentation with a lot of very good information. Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jacqueline and Adam, for the presentation. I wanted to take the opportunity to perhaps provide some complementary information to that which is provided in this afternoon's presentation. And I know one of the aspects that we've discussed in this Yukon River panel process is the challenge with managing fisheries on a year-to-year basis, in particular during times of poor production, poor survival, and really very much uncertain run abundance. And so I wanted to convey that domestically within Canada, Fisheries and Oceans Canada has been monitoring the situation very closely with regards to the health and long-term decline of the Yukon River Chinook salmon stock, along with many other stocks throughout northern British Columbia and southern British Columbia along Canada's Pacific coast. And following considerable reflection and contemplation, the Department of Fisheries and Oceans did determine that bold action was required in response to the long-term sustained decline of a number of stocks, including the Yukon River Chinook salmon stocks. And for this reason, in late June, I believe it was, of this year, the Government of Canada announced the long-term closure of the Yukon River Chinook salmon commercial fishery. Now, that may seem like a trivial action to take, given that the run sizes have been so poor over the past decade. It may seem almost irrelevant from a year-to-year management perspective, but rest assured, this is a forward-looking and quite significant action undertaken by the Government of Canada. And essentially what it means is that the commercial fishery on the Yukon River in Canada will remain closed, let's just say, for the foreseeable future, with no opportunity to open this fishery. There is a license retirement program that is accompanying this decision to enable those individuals who still hold commercial licenses on the Yukon River in Canada to basically retire their license. And as far as what does this mean for the future in respect of commercial fisheries on the Yukon River in Canada, well, the Government of Canada has conveyed that directed commercial fishery opportunity will not be provided for Yukon River Chinook salmon until the stock demonstrates a clear, long-term and sustained sign of recovery. And so I merely wanted to emphasize that this significant decision signals a shift that, at least in the Canadian context, we are moving away from a year-to-year management approach, in particular in the context of administering commercial fisheries. And we acknowledge that the state of the Yukon River Chinook salmon stock, it is at a point where no commercial fishery opportunities, practically speaking, can be expected for the foreseeable future. So I appreciate that some of that goes beyond, if you will, the context of this international process and does delve into some Canadian domestic policies. But I did want to convey that to this panel that when we start to talk about management plans and management planning processes and then reporting postseason at future meeting sessions, you will note that there isn't really much management planning per se around commercial fisheries because of the moratorium that has been implemented. Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for that update. Appreciated. Open the floor to questions from panel members on the Canadian presentation. Ragnar, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, and it's not so much to the presentation, but the comments by Mr. Gotch. It appears that there appears to be problems outside of the Yukon because of this widespread initiative in Canada, in northern and southern British Columbia. Are those regions seeing the same types of problems we're seeing in the Yukon?
Thank you very much for the question. The short answer is yes. And those challenges as they pertain to poor survival and production transcends different parts of Canada, so into British Columbia. And very importantly, and I'll say quite concerningly, transcends different species and stocks. So it's not just Chinook salmon, which we've had considerable concerns over for many number of years. We are seeing similar declines and trends with other species of salmon, so coho, sockeye, chum, in some cases pink. And so the action that I described with regards to the very difficult decision to implement a long-term commercial fishery closure or moratorium on the Yukon River, that was one of, I believe, around 50 commercial fisheries in Western Canada, Pacific salmon fisheries, that have been closed through this moratorium program. So it is a very challenging and dire situation. However, the government of Canada acknowledges that in reality, we are facing a situation that is the result of many years of progressive declines and many years of poor production. And in order to respond decisively to this situation, we need to do so in a manner which provides certainty, so to speak, to those individuals whose livelihood depends on Pacific salmon fisheries. And in cases where there will not be any opportunities to pursue that livelihood in the foreseeable future, the government of Canada feels compelled to signal that very clearly and provide supports, some economic supports for those license holders to transition out of the fishery.
Additional comments, questions on the Canadian? Virgil, go ahead.
Is there a buyback program on their licenses?
Thank you for the question. It's not described in those words, but let's translate it, I guess, into US terminology. The short answer is yes.
Not seeing any additional comments or questions. I did have one quick question. I think the slide's not important, but I think slide 11, kind of building off of the discussion after the US presentation about the source of Chinook harvest from this past season, that rough estimate of about 45 for Canadian harvest. Is that from a similar source? I don't know if Jacqueline or Adam would be the best person to address it, but it is and I think, my apologies, but I think you might have referred to it as a bycatch. Is it from non-salmon fishing activity? Is that the anticipated source of that harvest?
I think Jacqueline would be better suited for that one.
Hi, sorry, I was just getting my camera back up and running. Yes, yes, correct. It's bycatch in terms of not directed at salmon.
And maybe I apologize, Jacqueline, for jumping in, but just to do a bit of translation from Canadian English to Alaskan English. So the catch that Jacqueline is referring to would be defined as incidental catch in Alaska. However, Jacqueline did also note that catch occurred in the earlier portion of the season prior to August primarily. And the notable point to emphasize that in early August, due to the unprecedented nature of the situation, the realities of the 2022 return, the Government of Canada implemented an emergency action to prohibit catch and retention of Chinook salmon in all fisheries. This is an unprecedented and very rarely used instrument, which is provided for in the Yukon First Nation final agreements, which outline constitutionally protected rights for Yukon First Nations people. However, in cases where we are faced with an emergency situation that does require responsive action to fundamentally protect a species, those actions can be taken. And 2022 is one of those very rare times when that action was enacted, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's good clarification. A couple brief, I guess, follow-ups is recognizing that a significant amount of the U.S. harvest of Chinook salmon in Alaska this year was from assessment projects, test fisheries of various types, and assessment projects of various types. My assumption is that's not the case in Canada. There's no active assessment programs that typically result in any level of harvest. Would that be correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. And lastly, just very quickly, I noted that the harvest number was referenced for Mainstem estimated Chinook salmon harvest. Is there an estimate for porcupine, or is it already known to be 0?
That information is still being obtained at this time.
Okay, no, that's fine. I'm sure we'll hear more in
Yeah.
future meetings in that regard. Thank you for the clarification. Any additional comments or questions? Okay, not seeing any. Let's see, we are a little bit ahead of schedule here. Why don't we go ahead and take our break a little bit early, and then when we come back again, we'll come back at about 20 past the hour. We will move into our Mainstem Chum salmon presentations from both US and Canadian staff. 20 past the hour. And again, a quick note that the deadline for in-person testimony for today specifically will be at 3:30 p.m. Again, you can find sign-up sheets on the table right outside of this room if you want to give public testimony this afternoon when we convene for the day. And you can hand your sign-up sheets to folks sitting at the table over there, either Nick or Sasha. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. Okay, looks like most folks have rejoined us. We'll go ahead and get started with the rest of our afternoon agenda. Next up will be a presentation on Mainstem Chum salmon from both US and Canadian managers and research biologists. I'll take this opportunity to provide one more quick reminder for at least public testimony today. Please have your forms filled out and submitted by 3:30 so that we'll have time to make sure that we can schedule you to give your public testimony in person today. And with that, we'll go ahead and move into our presentation from Christy and Bonnie. The floor is yours.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon. I'm Christy Gleason. I'm the Yukon River Fall Season Manager for the Alaska Department of Fish and Game. And this is Bonnie Borba. She's the Fall Season Research Biologist. And so this afternoon, we're going to give you a summary of the 2022 U.S. Yukon River Mainstem Fall Season. And I'd also like to acknowledge that we co-manage with Holly Carroll with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and she's joining us online today. Next slide. So this spring, we entered the season with a forecast of 78,100 to 148,000. And this was using Ricker modeling with an adjustment for the recent poor fall chum runs that we've been seeing. And every year we adjust this forecast and we enter the season with a preseason projection. And this is based on the historic relationship of the summer chum and the fall chum salmon run sizes. And so what we saw this summer was the summer chum run was coming in very low again. And so we were projecting a run size less than 300,000 fish. Next slide. And the fall chum salmon harvest management is guided by the provisions in the Yukon River Drainage Fall Chum Salmon Management Plan. And the plan states threshold run sizes to determine which fisheries can occur. And our drainage-wide escapement goal for fall chum salmon is 300,000 to 600,000 fish. And all fishing, according to the management plan, is supposed to be closed when we have a run size below 300,000 fish. So based on our preseason projection, the expectation for 2022 was closures for all fall chum salmon fisheries. Next slide. Our management objectives for fall chum salmon include the drainage-wide escapement goal, the Tadrinjik, 85,000 to 234,000, Delta River, 7,000 to 20,000, Fishing Branch, 22,000 to 49,000, and the Mainstem Canada of 70,000 to 104,000 plus the harvest shares. Next slide. And these are important assessment projects that we have in the Lower Yukon that we use to evaluate fall chum and coho salmon runs. We use the Lower Yukon and Mountain Village test fisheries in the blue triangles, and these give us an idea of groups of fish entering the river and their relative abundance. And then we use the Mainstem sonar near Pilot Station in the green triangle to give us an idea of the abundance estimate and genetics, and we use the information from these projects for management actions in the Yukon River fishing districts. Next page, or next slide. This graph shows the season's daily passage of fall chum salmon at the sonar project in the blue bars, and the yellow line is the fall chum salmon based on genetics. And you can see that we entered the season with a low run below that black 300,000 line. And as the season progressed, the run did not improve and it stayed below that black line. So this led to our second year of salmon fishing closures for the duration of the fall season. And actually it's the third year if we include the 2020 season when we had subsistence restrictions that turned into full closures. And so this year was also the third lowest fall chum salmon run size that we've seen in 49 years on the Yukon River. Next slide. So with salmon fishing closed, we had 4-inch or smaller mesh gill nets that were 60 feet or shorter in length, open, and other gear so subsistence fishermen could target non-salmon species. We also allowed for selective gear for non-salmon, pink, sockeye, and coho salmon. And this gear included dip nets, hook and line, and manned fish wheels, where all fall chum and Chinook salmon had to be released alive immediately. And one thing we've been doing in recent years when we've had run sizes below 300,000 fish is we've been maintaining salmon closures in important spawning streams through the end of December to make sure we get all the fish to spawn that can. Next slide. The resulting subsistence harvest of fall chum salmon in the entire Yukon River drainage is expected to be about 2 or less than 2,000 fish compared to our 10-year average of 84,000 fall chum salmon. And this graph shows the annual harvest from 2000 to 2022. And you can see that this was a third year in a row of depressed subsistence harvests. And you can also see that this crash was, the subsistence harvest is a lot lower than the crash that we saw in the early 2000s. And next slide, and I'll turn it over to Bonnie.
Good afternoon, Bonnie Borba. I'm the Yukon area fall season research biologist out of Fairbanks for commercial fisheries. I'm going to provide some additional detail on the characteristics of the fall season runs, as well as some further information on chum salmon declines and new studies. These are some pictures of some folks working in the field this past season. Next slide, please. This chart is a summary of the age and sex data collected from the Lower Yukon test fish on fall chum salmon. The average is represented by the bar on the left side, and in the 2022 is the bar on the right side of each pair of these data. The age 5 were lower than average, as would be expected after the 2021's poor showing of age 4. And the age 4 fish were slightly above average. Though females were lagging throughout most of the season, at the end of the run, they caught up some and ended up slightly below average. Speaking to the chart on the right, the lengths of chum salmon captured in the Lower Yukon test fishery this year was the second shortest on record and below average by about an inch. Next slide, please. The groupings in this map are of the genetic stocks we commonly refer to. The US border stock, the Trojinjic, Shinjek, and Dronjik are in the upper left-hand oval. The fishing branch river stock, which are unique, but we are unable to sample in proportion to the run, is located in the smaller upper right oval. The Mainstem Yukon River into the upper Canada is the large lower right oval. And the fall component of the Tanana River stocks, which also include a summer component that overlaps, is in the lower left oval. Next slide, please. This chart of the genetic groupings shows that we just showed you on the previous map is in the order of the stocks typically entering in the river, with the border US stocks coming in slightly earlier than the Canadian mainstem stocks, and the Tanana fall stocks coming in last as they build throughout the season. The left side of each pair of data is the average, and the right side of the bar is 2022. Referring to the percentages shown, the results for 2022 include slightly below average contributions for the border US stock, record low Canadian contributions, and average the Tanana fall stocks were well above average and the highest percent on record. Though the run size was poor within the entire drainage, there appears to be greater survival or productivity of the Tanana River fall stock, perhaps because they are mostly age 4 fish or because they are lower in the drainage. Next slide, please. This is a performance colored coded table of fall chum salmon escapement goals. It includes the median escapement and the preliminary 2022 data. Note, none of the 5 goals were achieved in 2022. The Delta River surveys are still ongoing. The population estimate will not be finalized until after this meeting. The Shinjek River monitoring project was reestablished in 2022. However, there is no goal for this system at this time. Next chart, please. This is a chart showing fall chum salmon drainage-wide escapements in the dark bars and the estimated harvest in the light portion of the bars, only back to 2000. Together, they approximate the estimated total run size each year. The solid lines represent the drainage-wide escapement goal range. The 22 drainage-wide escapement or harvest estimates are not available yet, but it is likely below the lower end of the escapement goal. The value shown for 2022 is the fall genetic estimate of 236,000 fall chum salmon without adjustments for harvest at this time. This is the 3rd year in a row that the drainage-wide goal was not achieved. Next slide, please, 15. Switching to coho salmon assessment, this chart depicts the estimated run size index for coho salmon with an estimate of escapement on the bottom of the bars, along with an estimate of harvest on the top portion of the bars. At this time, the harvest values for 2022 are not available, thus the bar is incomplete. But at least the run was larger than the record low observed last year. Escapement surveys are just finishing up and are not summarized yet, but the preliminary information is that the Delta Clearwater River escapement goal was not achieved. Slide 16, please. Now going back to some information about chum salmon declines. Providing a broader perspective of these chum salmon declines starting in 2020 up to present, chum salmon showed drastic declines in the Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim management areas. Low chum salmon runs were also observed across the North Pacific Ocean, Canada, Western US states, Japan, and Russia, particularly in 2020, but also in 2021. However, the Yukon River has experienced the worst declines of all the other areas. Slide 17, please. The fall chum salmon have returned low throughout the entire Yukon River drainage, not just in one area. Further information on declines of fall chum salmon include the Canadian portion of the stock appears below average again this year. This was the third year of the returns from the Kluane system since the glacier receded and potentially affects fall chum salmon spawning habitat. But we need more years of escapement data to evaluate if the system cannot support normal production, as it is not the only system producing chum salmon contributing to the main stem component. Note that the parent year escapements met or exceeded the escapement goals except for the fishing branch in 2018. The freshwater conditions appeared normal during the fall season migration in each of these years. Run characteristics such as small body length in adults and juvenile chum salmon may indicate poor growing conditions. Reasons for the decline in the returns are unknown, but initial thoughts indicated a marine environment effect. This has led the department to initiate additional marine research. Slide 18, please. The Northern Bering Sea is the rearing habitat for juvenile chum salmon from coastal Western Alaska, including the Yukon River stocks. Their survey has occurred annually since 2003 and is used to forecast Chinook salmon run sizes, but also to study the early marine ecology of juvenile salmon. Juvenile salmon are those that have spent their first summer in the ocean, and this early marine period is known to be an important part of their life cycle. The figure on this slide shows us how surface temperatures have changed over time in the North Bering Sea. Each dot is the average sea surface temperature in the Northern Bering Sea in September of that year. There were no surveys in 2008 or 2020, which is why you see gaps in the lines. Temperatures have been above average since 2014, and record warm temperatures were present in 2019. This figure goes through 2021, but temperatures in 2022 appeared to be closer to average. Yukon River chum salmon spend their marine residency in the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska and North Pacific Ocean. Both the Bering Sea and Gulf of Alaska experienced marine heat wave conditions recently. Juvenile chum salmon entering the Bering Sea in 2016 were faced with marine heat wave conditions in both the marine habitats. The data collected during the Northern Bering Sea survey has shown us that temperatures affect the early marine ecology of juvenile chum salmon. Slide 19, please. We see changes in chum salmon ecology, specifically in their diet, energy, storage in extremely warm years. In non-marine heat wave years, juvenile chum salmon typically consume a variety of prey items like fish, gelatinous prey, and zooplankton. In marine heat wave years, juvenile chum salmon tend to eat higher proportions of gelatinous prey, like jellyfish. Those do not offer that much caloric value. We also see a higher proportion of empty stomachs in warm years. We have observed changes in their body condition. For example, this chart shows the amount of energy stored in juvenile chum salmon in September. Juvenile salmon need to store energy before their first winter at sea, which is known to be a period of high mortality. The amount of energy stored in the juvenile salmon before their first winter can give us some insight into their survival during this time. As water gets warmer, energy stored in the juvenile chum salmon increases, but after a certain temperature threshold, energy storage declines very quickly. Those fish with very low energy storage in September are not well prepared for their first winter at sea. Slide 20, please. As part of the International Year of the Salmon Initiative, 3 high seas expeditions occurred to study the winter ecology of Pacific salmon. The last survey occurred earlier this year. As part of this expedition, 5 research vessels sampled the area of the North Pacific Ocean as shown on this map. The goal of these surveys was to understand the winter distribution, abundance, stock composition, and ecology of Pacific salmon. The department is collaborating with NOAA to assess AYK chum salmon in the North Pacific Ocean in the winter. These analyses will examine the distribution, diet, health, and conditions of AYK chum salmon. This study will examine whether there is evidence of competition with AYK chum and other salmon species and stocks, including hatchery fish, during the winter residence in the North Pacific Ocean. Analysis for this international research effort will begin this winter. Slide 21, please. The department is also collaborating on a project that uses salmon bones like operculum and vertebrae to recreate the marine lives of fall chum salmon using new technologies. Essentially, these bones act as a time capsule that record the hormone and chemical concentrations experienced by the fish over their entire life. We can use the hormone and chemical concentrations over the fish's life to look at growth, stress, and reproduction, and see how those might be affected by the environmental conditions experienced by the fish. This new technology allows us to learn about the marine life of salmon without having to catch them in the open ocean. If you have any questions about the marine research presented here, please contact Katie Howard. She's the lead of the Salmon Ocean Ecology Program, and she will be here at the panel meeting tomorrow to also give another presentation. Slide 22, please. Closer to the Yukon area research in 2022 included the reestablishment of the Shinjack River sonar and the ongoing comprehensive subsistence surveys in the coastal communities. Both projects were funded by TI or Treaty Implementation Funds. The Office of Subsistence Management funded a coho salmon radio telemetry project to track fish within the Yukon River drainage, and the other picture is of the ASL sampling in the Delta River this year, which will include additional operculum samples paired with vertebrae for the study mentioned in the previous slide. Slide 23, please. This slide's acknowledgments to all of these folks for assisting with the projects that help us manage the fishery in 2022. And next slide, please. And contact information for staff members are provided here and in your packets. And I don't know if we're doing question next or going right to Canadian Mainstem.
Yeah, consistent. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, which is always good. So we can go ahead and move into question and answer. One quick, I was remiss in not referencing the panel management recommendations before we started the presentations, and similar to Chinook salmon that I explained earlier this morning, given the expectations of no harvest in both countries, the panel didn't have any additional specific management recommendations with the expectation of no fishing. So just to make sure to cover that base, but yep, we can go ahead and move into questions from panel members. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Bonnie and Christy, for that presentation. I'm wondering, all of this research, very interesting, but it all seems to be situated kind of south of the Aleutians. There doesn't seem to be a lot of research north and perhaps west. And I'm wondering why that is.
We still have the program that's sampling the juvenile Chinook and chum salmon in the upper part, North Bering Sea and South Bering Sea. And we're still collecting that information, and all the stuff that comes with that project is still being analyzed when we get funding for it.
Okay, but you know, and we'd have to go back to the slide, but you showed the areas where the research was taking place, or at least that's what I understood looking at your presentation. And there wasn't really much shown.
On this one,
No,
this slide.
yeah.
Yeah, well, because of some issues outside of with the world problems, the other ships that were supposed to do some more of the farther in the more across that ocean part there, we're not able to participate. So some of the sampling areas weren't taken care of this coming year. I don't know about the upper stuff. You would have to talk to Katie Howard when she comes here. She can explain more about what's going on in the rest of there's a whole bunch of different studies. This is just one.
Right, but I probably wouldn't be wrong in expecting that the area north of what you've shown here is also perhaps good chum habitat.
Yeah, we do that in the.
It's a great question, Tim. I could maybe add a little bit more to that. So there is the ongoing Northern Bering Survey program that I think panel members have become quite familiar with. That is, to some extent, it's these different research projects are targeting in the marine environment, are targeting different life stages of the salmon life cycle. So specifically with that Northern Bering Sea survey, which is ongoing, and most of the information for many years now that the panel has received on that project has been very focused, almost laser focused on Chinook salmon. But since its inception, it's been collecting samples of multiple salmon species, not just Chinook salmon, as well as non-salmon fish and invertebrates and so on. It's a fairly comprehensive project with a lot of ongoing research, especially by NOAA and National Marine Fisheries Service on various aspects of the ecosystem of the Bering Sea as well. There's also a Southern Bering survey. It's not quite the same as that Northern Bering in the sense that it's not really targeting that early life stage for salmon, but again, it's very comprehensive. It's capturing oceanographic, climatic data and ecosystem level type data similar to the Northern Bering survey. So the plus of that is, even though there hasn't been as much of a focus on chum salmon and say that Northern Bering survey like there has been for Chinook salmon, we still have a very long data set from that same project that we have archived, collected samples on chum salmon specifically that we have initiated about 2 years ago now. We have initiated through the SOAP program with Katie Howard, Sabrina Garcia, who works within the AYK region, to try and develop a similar forecasting tool for specifically Yukon fall chum salmon, primarily because they are genetically distinct. We can distinguish any of those juvenile chums that are taken in that Northern Bering survey as being Yukon specific because they're genetically distinct. We don't have the ability to distinguish, say, summer chum salmon that are in the Yukon from Norton Sound chum salmon, but because Yukon fall chum salmon are so genetically distinct, Sabrina has been working with our genetics lab on trying to develop a similar forecasting tool that has been produced for Chinook salmon. So it may not have been mentioned in this specific presentation, but there are definitely additional marine research presentations that are going on. But I also don't want to detract from research programs like this. The Year of the Salmon surveys is what's driving all this, because chum salmon in particular from any Western Alaska stocks, not just Yukon, but Kuskokwim, Bristol Bay, et cetera, they split their time, for lack of a better term. They don't just stay within predominantly the Bering Sea. They do go into the North Pacific and intermix with a lot more salmon species from throughout the Pacific Rim, by comparison to, say, Chinook, which predominantly stay within the Bering Sea for their entire life cycle. So projects like this do benefit chum salmon in particular, and other species, but of interest and concern to this panel. This is valuable research that does have a direct application at that kind of subadult life stage. So not the juvenile or just after they entered the marine environment, but after a year or two in the ocean, you will definitely find a lot more Yukon chums, to put it specifically, in the Northeast, North Pacific areas and even to the Gulf of Alaska.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I'm really interested in this, and maybe going forward in this process, it would be great to have, you know, the survey expanded northward a little bit, and maybe it is, but have the, you know, information also apply in that vast area north of the Aleutians.
Randy, go ahead.
Okay, just bear with me. I'm trying to understand these fisheries. Okay, I'm gonna ask a couple questions. I'll ask you one question and then I'll go on. So is it correct that there is no limit on the amount of chum salmon that can be caught in the Pollock or the western area for chum? Which is a lot of the primaries, the fall chum that go in it. There's no limit on how much can be caught in that fishery.
And just for quick clarification, in the pollock fishery, the trawl fishery of the Bering Sea.
Yeah, yes.
That's correct. For chum salmon, there isn't. For Chinook salmon, there is.
Yes, there is, but we're talking about chum right now. So, so these fish, from my understanding, can be donated to some kind of a food bank, but or else they're discarded. But these are chum that are destined for the Yukon, and is it the, how do you, excuse me if I don't say this right, Kuskokwim rivers. So I know it was a little bit less, but there is a significant amount of fish that are being caught in this bycatch. And again, I feel like we're not including that in when we're talking about what is happening to these chum. We're just looking at, I mean, these studies are going to look at health in the ocean, but we're not looking at what is happening to this fishery and why are they not entering this system.
So they are a focus, especially from the pollock fishery of the panel and the panel's purview, even in the context of the treaty agreement, as Co-Chair Gotch has referenced in that regard. And both Chinook and chum, the way that it's characterized by National Marine Fisheries Service and NOAA and through the North Pacific Fishery Management Council is as non-Chinook bycatch, of which the vast majority is chum salmon in that regard. And they do stock composition, genetic stock composition estimates of what that non-Chinook bycatch is comprised of for those chums. And pretty consistently, the majority, like 60-ish%, is referred to as Asian stocks, which is not just, say, Japanese. It also includes Russian stocks as well. But yes, it absolutely includes other stocks, inclusive of Yukon Kuskokwim, Arctic Yukon Kuskokwim, Bristol Bay, even some stocks that come into the Bering Sea from, say, South Central Alaska. And so it stocks from, to some extent, the entire Pacific Rim that are susceptible to that bycatch within the pollock fishery, with the majority of it being comprised of those Asian stocks, and then all of those other Pacific Rim stocks are mixed in there in some form.
Okay, so, but when we're looking at, when they're looking at that, there's nearly 1 million coastal Western Alaskan chum salmon were harvested in a 2-year period between, that was just for area M, and that's like the Bristol Bay area, am I correct, or the Aleutian Islands? And then we're looking at another probably 690 salmon that were, or chum, that were part of the bycatch, just for chum. I'm not talking Chinook right at this moment, for the Alaska pollock. And then are we not looking at this as a contributory factor to why some of these salmon are not making it into these Yukon rivers for subsistence use or being managed, which is, I believe, an obligation under both federal and state laws that they that there is a let's get my notes here. So state and federal policy declare that the meeting salmon escapement goals and providing for subsistence uses are to be prioritized over commercial harvests. However, the current practice is the current management regimes under the both North Pacific Fisheries Management Council and Alaska Board of Fisheries effectively prioritize chum salmon harvests were severely restricted on these ones. And so it's basically prioritizing commercial fisheries over the subsistence. So I'm wondering, how are we not factoring that into some of these counts, and what is being done about this in the overall picture? I don't want to say that it's somebody else's job to manage it, but we got to start probably, my theory is that we should start looking at this and how it feeds into our river systems and impacts them. Thank you.
And those are really great comments and questions, Brandy. So I appreciate that. And I guess the direct answer is yes, it is being taken into consideration, not just from the standpoint of to account for it, but also to look at it and evaluate it as a potential cause of decline, as well as what the contributing factors of that additional harvest, whether it's the bycatch, in particular, the bycatch is probably the best way to say it, to the current trend and status of not just Yukon stocks, but say Western Alaskan stocks, both Chinook, Chum, or otherwise, in that regard. And when it comes to the pollock fishery and the bycatch, Chum is included in the annual report, both in the JTC report and the report to the panel. Admittedly, it hasn't been as focused on in recent years. It absolutely has been. It's become a much higher priority to the North Pacific Council because of the recent decline in chum salmon in Western Alaska. But the longer term trend of concern for Chinook salmon, there's been absolutely more regulatory action taken in that fishery associated with Chinook salmon bycatch. And the council, which is actually meeting starting this week here in Anchorage, over at the Hilton Hotel, has been making efforts to now look to take similar action on the chum salmon bycatch of that equation as well. Again, I'm not trying to push it off to other meetings because your questions are very pertinent and timely in that regard. But because of the timing of the seasons of that pollock fishery, it's the spring meeting when NIMS NOAA is able to conduct all the analysis from the most recent year to do the genetic analysis for stock composition, the timing of and availability of that information from the most recent year. The best time to present that to the panel is always during the preseason meeting. We'll definitely have information and reports to the panel at that time, as well as what was requested today about additional information on the peninsula fisheries.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just was simply really want to bring this to the attention of the panel because I feel like that this really needs to be addressed. And when we do get that report or what was some of the outcomes that come for the preseason, that would be much greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellent questions and input. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'll maybe shift gears to focus specifically on our presentation this afternoon and some of the information contained within, and some of which I find particularly interesting, and I'm hoping you can maybe provide some advice or thoughts on this past season. And so I'll provide a bit of context. Let me know if I confuse the situation by providing too much, but typically, as we have with the Chinook salmon presentation, we walk through the preseason forecast and then the in-season count at pilot. Given that the focus of this forum is on Canadian origin stocks, then comparatively looking at eagle estimate, and then also for the porcupine stock, porcupine and fishing branch. And so following that frame of logic, so there were two forecasts for the fall chum salmon run this year. I think you highlighted those very clearly on the second slide. So these are two different models that are being used to predict abundance. Without getting into the details, one predicted lower abundance, the other one predicted slightly higher abundance. No? Slide two, sorry, let's maybe bring up slide two, that might help. Sorry, so the model predicted a lower abundance, and then the in-season relationship between summer and fall predicted higher. Thank you.
Sorry, so this is Christy Gleason. I'm the fall season manager. And yeah, so looking at this slide, how we use these two models is we tell the public what the spring forecast is. And then once we get in season, when for any run size under 300,000, it doesn't matter if it's 250 or 100, it's closed. And so that's how we present it to the public, because we're actually below, we're in new territory for low run sizes. And so our preseason projection on this slide is not an exact number of 300,000, and that was our model estimate. It was actually a lot less than that. But for management purposes, we had to tell our fishermen that fishing was going to be closed because we are less than 300,000 fish. So that's how you interpret this slide, and then it rolls into the next slide of the management plan.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. So maybe clarification from my perspective. I'm less focusing on the management actions. I'm more interested in the assessment components, just for frame of reference. So comparing the forecast, and then we'll say the in-season relationship, just generally speaking, and then looking at the actual results in season. And I think that maybe slides 12 and 13 highlight kind of where my questions are coming from. So what really struck me is that the Canadian, and I hope I characterize this correctly, but basically the Canadian origin fall chum stock was well below average, and perhaps represented at proportionally a lower rate than what would have been expected at the preseason forecast, and the historical relationship. And then the same with what are referred to here as the border US stocks. But then Tanana is the outlier. And this is kind of where my question is going, is that, is it like, am I interpreting this appropriately, that the Tanana fall stock performed better than forecast? Is that right? Is that what it's saying here, or better than average?
We do get some differences in the past. We've had it before where the Tanana portion of the run may do better than the upper stocks. And that's where I was talking about. It could be the distance from the juveniles going down all the way from up there. There could be a different winter, or freeze down can be different on the Tanana than the other one. Something's making the productivity in the Tanana River in this case. But it's and this is proportion. So it's exacerbated by how low, the Tanana stocks are. Of course, that makes the Tanana proportion go up as well. But the number of fish that we got across, the genetic number that we showed, 236,000 is the genetic for the whole season. What we got for the genetics for Tanana was low, and is within the confidence bounds with what we have between, if you compare the Eagle, it's not a problem like Chinook. The number we got at Eagle Passage, 22 some thousand, and the number we got in the genetics they were close and within the bounds. The Tanana, or the upper stocks, even the border US didn't do as good. And this year we had the Sheenjack project, which is part of that border US is Sheenjack and Chandelar. So, or Tajinjik. So yeah, I don't know what's going on at the top. We got twice as many fish this year than last year, the 236 to 100 and something last year. And Canada was the same. We had 23, 22. They're holding their own at that level, but the run size was double that this year. So something's going on. And at this point, it looks like the Tanana were a little more productive.
Okay, thank you for that. You actually answered the two other questions that I hadn't even asked yet, but maybe just pointing out, and just for confirmation, that the passage of the Canadian origin component at Eagle aligned very well with the genetic analysis at Pilot, correct? I think it was like almost perfect.
Yes. Eagle was 22,000 and the genetics was 22,000. Yeah, give or take a little bit from the pre-July stuff.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I'm merely emphasizing this given our previous presentations that we received, focusing on Chinook and some challenges with regards to obviously loss of Canadian origin stocks between Pilot and Eagle. And we're not seeing, based on this information, we're not seeing that same trend in Chum. So one might conclude, although very somewhat preliminarily that there's obviously some very different factors affecting Chinook and Chum. Admittedly, they migrate at different times, but during the same year, one would expect that, if we're talking about temperature or flow conditions like water volumes, relatively speaking, fairly similar, but very different performance in river between pilot and border passage for Chum versus Chinook. So that's what I was hoping to highlight. You've confirmed that that is the case for me. So thank you.
Eric, go ahead.
Yeah, so on slide 11, I see you have 4 genetic groupings of fall chum. I was just curious, I mean, in the lower river, we've got chum that go up all the way to January, up the Andrewski, the Julnuk River, even in the Kasunak River, there's chums now, and sockeyes are moving in now too in the fall time. When we're fishing whitefish, we see them spawning now up the Andrewski and the West Fork, and then also in the Kasunak River. But I was just curious if there's any more progress in differentiating a genetic grouping for the lower Yukon. Even the Pastaluk and Pastalayak rivers do have some chum that go up there in the fall time too. So I was just curious if there was any progress on that.
Thanks, Eric. I think a lot of those, the stocks down in that area are going to still be in the summer chum, Western Alaska stocks, and we are unable to break them out. We did run, or the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, when they ran Andrewski Weir, we did, for several years, they ran it all the way into September and August. And it turned out those were more or less the summer chum that just kept trickling in, even for months beyond that, into those systems. So they're still gonna look like Western, lower Yukon stocks grouping of summer, and they'll be summer because they're not in one of those groups up there. So I don't think we can do it yet.
Additional questions, comments from panel members? Okay, not seeing any. Thank you, Christy and Bonnie. We will move into the Mainstem Chum Salmon presentation from Canadian managers and research staff.
Yep, I'll get going just as soon as it displays on screen here. Thank you. And am I still coming through okay?
Loud and clear, Jacqueline. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So it's up on screen. I'll go ahead and reintroduce myself. I am Jacqueline Kendall, Acting Fishery Manager for the Yukon River with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans. And my colleague and I, Adam Odell, who is the Senior Stock Assessment Biologist for the Yukon River with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, will be presenting again this afternoon. So we're going to be reviewing the Yukon River Mainstem Fall Chum Assessment and Management Actions for the 2022 season. Next slide, please. Okay, so similar with Chinook, we're going to take the same type of journey in terms of tracking the stock assessment project, spring and summer pre-season before the fish have entered the river, through the late summer months when the fall chum are moving upstream through Alaska, and into the fall when they enter Canada. We'll also provide a post-season summary of the assessment projects and review the environmental conditions the chum faced or encountered on their migration. I am freezing slightly, folks, I'm being told, so I'm just going to stop my camera and see if that helps. Next slide, please. Okay, so first I will go over the 2022 Yukon River Panel fishery management recommendations for the 2022 fall chum season. In April, the Yukon River Panel Panel recommended that due to the poor fall chum forecast, the Yukon River Panel anticipates the closure of all chum fishing for the duration of the 2022 season. And next slide, please. In response to this recommendation, Canadian Fishery Management Strategies considered pre-season forecast and past run performance. In-season decision-making relied on lower bounds of projections, and in-season revisions were based on the close relationship between summer chum and fall chum run sizes within the same year. As a result of the low expected returns, there was no available harvest for public, commercial, domestic fisheries throughout the season, and these were closed pre-season.
Jacqueline, apologize for interrupting. Just to let you know, your audio connection is jumping in and out. You can perhaps maintain your Zoom connection, but is it possible to switch to your telephone audio line?
Hello, Steve. Am I coming through on audio okay now?
Hello, Steve. Am I coming through on audio okay now?
Yes, you are, but can you please mute your computer microphone and speaker, please?
Computer is muted. Okay, Steve, I have tried leaving the meeting to hopefully fix the issue and come through clearer just on audio.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, Jacqueline, and
Okay.
In the room we're on slide 4. Thank you.
Slide 4. Okay, my apologies, everyone. For slide 4, in response to the recommendation, Canadian Fishery Management Strategies considered pre-season forecast and past run performance. In-season decision-making relied on lower bounds of projections, and in-season revisions were based on the close relationship between summer chum and fall chum run sizes within the same year. As a result of the low expected returns, there was no available harvest for public, commercial, domestic fisheries throughout the season, and these were closed pre-season. I think we can go on to the next slide, please.
Jeez, yeah, no, I'm the one. All right, there we are. As before, similar to the Chinook presentation, I'll follow the fish upstream on the Yukon River Mainstem. So we'll start with the preseason forecast developed while they're in the ocean, and the in-season projection developed once the summer chum run is in the lower river and is nearly complete, and the first fall chum begin to enter the river. For early season management, we'll look at pilot station numbers, and then for in-season adjustments and border passage, look at the Eagle sonar site. Next slide, please. The preseason forecast was for a below average mainstem run of 20 to 37,000 mainstem Canadian origin chum, and compared this to the 10-year average of approximately 200,000 mainstem chum. Next slide, please.
Okay, so as Adam has indicated, the preseason outlook for 2022 Canadian origin Yukon River Mainstem Chum was 20,000 to 37,000. With that forecast compared to the interim management escapement goal of 70,000 to 104,000, the outlook was below the IMEG, which would result in a total allowable catch of 0 and no anticipated Canadian harvest share. With the probability of that low run size, DFO closed the commercial and domestic fisheries as mentioned, as well as the public angling fishery before the season began. During pre-season virtual engagements with Yukon First Nations and Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, the low forecast was discussed, and it was anticipated there would be limited to no harvest based on the very low likely run size. The revised in-season projection around the middle of July would help to inform management decisions into the season. And like with Chinook, prior to the start of the fall chum season, DFO representatives met virtually with Yukon First Nations, Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, and stakeholders to share information, important timelines, discuss plans and expectations for the upcoming season. Next slide, please.
Yeah, the fall chum run size is closely related to the summer run size, as previously stated. And we can use the size of the summer chum run each year to predict the size of the fall chum run size. So this year, the summer chum run was appearing to be larger than the preseason forecast. And by using the historic relationship between the summer and fall chum runs, our in-season projection for fall chum increased to near the lower bounds of the interim management escapement goal. Next slide, please.
So as mentioned, by late July, enough information had been gathered at the Lower Yukon River Assessment Project to provide that revision to the fall chum forecast. This initial revision of 68,000 was based on the strong correlation between summer and fall chum and pilot station passage after July 19th. And although the summer run did come in higher than expected, it was still very low compared to historical, and it was expected that Canadian origin fall chum would not meet spawning escapement. The revised projection, as Adam noted, was quite low to the lower end of the IMEG, and we were watching the passage estimates very closely, but no available Canadian harvest share for 2022 was anticipated. Next slide, please.
And here are the data counts at pilot station for all fall chum, so Canada and US. And 2022 had another very low return, just 1/3 of the average. And the total estimated fall chum passage for combined US and Canada stocks was approximately 236,000 fish. Next slide, please. So similar to Chinook, ADF&G identifies Canadian origin chum at pilot station using genetic sampling. And the mainstem Canadian origin chum are the orange bars here at the bottom of the gray bars. And this provides an estimate of approximately 24,000 mainstem Canadian origin chum near the mouth of the Yukon River. And this is far below the average, as I previously mentioned, of 200,000, as were the past 2 years. So the Canadian proportion of this run was very low, about 10%, and it's usually about 25% at pilot. Next slide, please.
Right. So as the results of mixed stock analysis genetics began to come in, as Adam noted, it revealed a much lower than expected Canadian component, which then reduced the mainstem estimate similar to last year. It was becoming quite clear that the run of fall chum into Canada was very unlikely to meet spawning escapement goals, and neither the US or Canada anticipated having a harvest share. DFO continued to monitor information from the Lower Yukon test fishery and pilot station sonar and provided updates to Yukon First Nations and Yukon Salmon Subcommittee at bi-weekly in-season meetings, and also met weekly. DFO also met weekly on interagency conference calls with the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and the US Fish and Wildlife Service. Next slide, please.
And moving upstream, by late August, chum had started to arrive at Eagle, and by mid-October, the run was complete. This year's Eagle estimate was just over 22,000 chum. And like at pilot, this year's Eagle count was much lower than usual, 14% of the average, which is approximately 157,000 fish. Next slide, please.
Okay, so the 237,000 figure is fall chum passage at pilot station sonar as of around September 28th, and includes both US and Canadian origin fall chum salmon. A run size of this amount would not support meeting spawning escapement goals or provide for a harvest allocation to the US or Canada. With the expected border passage of around that 24,000 mark and the passage estimate of just over 18,000 as of September 28th, DFO maintained those closures in the licensed public angling, commercial, and domestic fisheries for the 2022 season. Next slide, please. So this slide is a summary of management actions for Yukon River Mainstem Chum and includes maintaining closures in licensed public angling, commercial, and domestic fisheries throughout the season. Up-to-date information was shared via in-season bi-weekly conference calls with Yukon First Nations, Yukon Salmon Subcommittee, and stakeholders, as well as through the weekly written summary that was also distributed to Yukon First Nations, Yukon Salmon Subcommittee members, as well as other government representatives and harvesters from around June 23rd to November 3rd. Yukon First Nation governments engaged citizens in the communities, with many recommending avoiding chum salmon harvest. First Nation governments considered in-season information and updates, including Yukon Salmon Subcommittee recommendations. Next slide, please. So a summary of the harvest and escapement outcomes from 2022 revealed the preliminary Canadian origin run size of just over 22,000. And this was similar to the lower bound of the preseason projection, but well below the minimum expected border passage and minimum lower bound of the interim management escapement goal of 70,000. With this run size, there would be no Chapter 8 Pacific Salmon Treaty allocation to the US or Canadian fisheries, and border passage did not meet the interim management escapement goal. At this time, harvest information is still being fully obtained, but with the information we do have at this point, no mainstem fall chum bycatch harvest has been reported for 2022 for Canada. Next slide, please.
And now returning to Eagle sonar as an estimate of chum crossing the border into Canada. There has been no reported US harvest between Eagle and the border this year, so the Eagle estimate is also the border passage estimate. So we'll look at these numbers compared to past results. Next slide, please. There we go. The border passage this year was the lowest on record at 22,075 and nearly identical to last year. And this is well below both the long-term and 10-year averages that are shown on the figure here. Next slide, please. The total estimated run size was also the lowest on record, also 22,075. And as a reminder, the total estimated run size is combining both the estimated number at Eagle as well as the estimated downstream harvest of mainstem Canadian origin chum, which was extremely low this year. Next slide, please. And spawning escapement was effectively the same the past 2 years and the lowest 3 on record. This was the third consecutive year and the only 3 years since around 2021 that the mainstem chum spawning escapement goal wasn't met. And the escapement goal here is shown again, similar to our previous presentation, shown by these black horizontal bars, and represents the range of 70,000 to 104,000. Next slide, please. And looking at harvest, US in gray, Canada in black, and spawning escapement in the orange. This year's harvest in the US was extremely low and 0 in Canada. But harvest wouldn't have made up the difference again between spawning escapement and reaching the intermanagement escapement goal. Next slide, please. And now looking at age, sex, and length of fish entering Canada using Eagle data. So starting with age, similar layout to our Chinook presentation with the color coding here. The majority of Yukon fall chum returned as do return as 4-year-olds, with remainder of the run made up as 5-year-olds, and other ages are rare. This year there were fewer aged 4 fish than usual, and about 60% were aged 5. Next slide, please. And looking at the male to female ratio this year's run at Eagle was 43% female, slightly above the average of 37%. Next slide, please. And finally, looking at the size of male and female fish separately and comparing them to past sizes, females were of average size this year, while males were slightly shorter than average, with a larger proportion of age 5 fish this year compared to last. That could account for the slight uptick in average length that we see this year. Next slide, please. And going back and looking at the comparison between pilot and eagle sonar estimates this year, for chum, the comparison between pilot and eagle estimate was very close, as Chairman Steve here laid out. Very little harvest took place downstream of eagle. So these estimates suggest a large majority of Canadian origin chum in the main stem are proceeding to at least the border. Next slide, please. And finally, I'll review the environmental conditions encountered by migrating and spawning chum in Canada. So conditions for fall chum in the main stem were similar to last year. The summer's high water levels in southern Yukon had largely dissipated by October, so flows to chum spawning areas were average to slightly above average throughout the main stem and tributaries. And water temperatures were within seasonal averages. So by the time the chum arrived in Yukon, there's very little chance of encountering harmful temperatures. And next slide, please, which concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much, Adam and Jacqueline, for the presentation. So we'll open the floor to any questions from panel members on the Canadian chum salmon, mainstem chum salmon management and assessment update. Panel member Ragnar Ahlstrom, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, more of a comment instead of a question. I didn't see no questions, Mike. So as probably most of you know that the North Pacific Fishery Management Council is going to be taking up salmon bycatch over to Hilton this week. In fact, their Science and Statistical Committee and their advisory panel are currently talking salmon bycatch. And what they're looking at, and I think for those folks that are interested, the North Pacific Fishery Management Council came up with a Bering Sea salmon bycatch update in November of this year, and focusing on chum. And this is what they're looking at, whether we agree with it or not. I'll just repeat what they're saying. So this year in the pollock fishery, 242,000 chum were taken to date. You could get on the Alaska, NOAA Fisheries Alaska Region website. They have a real-time monitoring program there. Concerning fall chum, through genetics of the 242,000, the middle and upper Yukon, which are the fall chum, comprise 0.5% of 1%. So 1,200 fish are what they're looking at over there is the stock composition of middle and upper Yukon fall chum. That's broken up between the Tanana, Tertinsic, and Canadian stocks, so and probably other stocks in the middle Yukon, US. And you might, it's on the North Council website, so this is what they're looking at over there when they're talking fall chum composition. That's what I thought I'd pass that on, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much for that, Ragnar. That is extremely helpful, and I expect that the panel will receive that same information in our upcoming preseason 2023 meeting. But I guess for the benefit of our membership and audience, you're referring to the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council website is where that information is currently available.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you. Any further questions or comments? U.S. panel member Virgil Oppenhauer, go ahead.
Yeah, the Kluane situation there where the stream changed directions. I guess it's just going to be that way from now on, huh?
I think that is well, I don't know if we can make a safe assumption that that will be the way it is for perpetuity. But perhaps until the next ice age or some significant change. Maybe just for context, what occurred was that over time, a glacial which was acting, or excuse me, a glacier, which was acting as a dam to divert water into Kluane Lake, melted out to the sufficient extent where now it no longer diverts the water into Kluane Lake, but rather the water flows west into the Alsek River watershed. So completely different watershed, and it occurred at a height of land location. So until such time as perhaps the glacier grows or somehow moves forward and creates that diversion again, which based on current climate trends doesn't appear to be the case. So until that time, the flow will continue to be into the Alsek as opposed to the Yukon River watershed.
Okay, thank you. I know that's one of the very few places where chum salmon actually spawned in a lake, correct? Because wasn't the spawning area right where the river runs into the lake?
There's actually a number of spawning areas throughout Kluane Lake. Maybe an interesting historical fact is that this isn't the first time this event has occurred, but I'm referencing this in the context of, I won't even say glacial history, but certainly long history. And the reason why I state that is that through this diversion of flow into the Alsek and out of the Yukon River watersheds, the lake level in Kluane Lake is dropping, which I think we've heard. But the interesting thing to see around the shoreline is that the remains of an ancient forest are emerging. And so there's tree stumps from trees that have been submerged in Kluane Lake for several hundred years that are now emerging again on the shoreline. And this is because several hundred years ago, let's call it the flow regime was very different. So Kluane Lake was a much smaller system. So all to say, yes, some of the historical spawning areas are now dewatered, but the gradient of Kluane Lake is such that new habitats, if you will, are emerging. But maybe I'll ask Adam, do you have more or any detailed information on recent observations in Kluane Lake with regards to the chum salmon spawning habitats?
Yeah, I think you covered off pretty well there, but I can note that this past year on the aerial survey that we did conduct, we do have one region that I think that is generally flown over. And I mean, there was no observations there of chum. I mean, that's one point in time, but no fish themselves or reds were evident. But that being said, the counts in the Kluane River as a whole that we conducted were quite low. Yeah.
A long time ago, I was talking to, I think it may have been Lisa Sieb, I'm not sure, but one of the geneticists. And he told me that they were doing work, and I think maybe it was by Skagway, and that some of those chum salmon there had Yukon genetics. And I know that there's chum salmon that were in the Susitna drainage that were, for people that are familiar with Alaska geography a little bit, Cantwell, the water there, I think it's called Jack Creek that runs through Cantwell, runs to the Susitna. But then just a couple miles from there, the water is going into the Nenana drainage, which is part of the Tanana drainage. And those fish have those genetics. And so that means that it changed the water direction, changed directions in both of those places sometime, don't know when, but sometime, because the genetics are there. But I guess maybe this is just one of those things and don't know for sure how much productivity got lost with that change, I suppose, right?
I'll maybe pass that one over to Adam, but what I will convey is that although we focus on this question primarily from the Yukon River watershed, and let's call it the potential or the prospect of less habitat, the opposite effect is occurring in the Alsek River watershed. As these glaciers are receding, they're actually opening up more habitat areas there. So it just aligns with your comment around a changing environment, so to speak. But Adam?
Yeah, so as we talked about previously, I mean, we do have programs monitoring the habitat in Kulani River right now. And, we do plan to, as we've been, informed, but plan to do regardless, report back to the panel on the findings from this. Now, I know that I think it was in the JTC summary presentation this morning, there was a mention about Randy, I believe, presented something on the chum genetics. And to our meeting, to the previous JTC meeting. And so, I mean, I can't speak to specifics that I can't recall off the top of my head, but I mean, speaking to what you were saying there about Skagway, I mean, that was something interesting to see, and I can't relate to that necessarily right now, but it is something that has been looked at for sure. And I mean, you're speaking about it, so yeah. I'm not too sure what else you were referring to there. If there's more I can say to address your question, let me know.
No, that's fine. I'm just wondering how much potential habitat got lost in that, what the change would be. And I don't, maybe we'll have a better idea later on.
Yeah, I think we probably will. And it's partly an artifact of, I'm quite new, and I hate to use that as an excuse, but even going through our survey there this past year, I mean, as with every spawning habitat, you're going to have hot spots that are a lot more productive and more commonly used. And we saw that this year for sure. There's, salmon patch was one area that is routinely higher density use there for spawners. Whereas there were some other areas that we were actually expecting to see fish, and the numbers were either very low or zero. But saying that, it does appear that there is still quite a bit of habitat. I think there's still a lot more that can be teased out of the data that we are collecting to see that, though, especially over winter and obviously groundwater inputs, right? So hopefully next time you ask me, I'll have a little bit more to tell you about that and some of the results. Yeah.
Eric, go ahead.
Still my concern for Porcupine River, not only for the king, but for the chum salmon. So I might ask you a question here. There was mention earlier about water being low, and I was just curious about water being low. I mean, I don't remember what year it was, but several years ago at one of these meetings, there was a year where the traditional spawning area, the riverbed had, dried up. I was just curious if that was the case this year, and if you see water temp rising or falling was the other question too, for this season. I know it's December now, but what are your thoughts on that?
Thanks for waking me up, Eric. Have a sleep, but well, nevertheless, we'll be talking about porcupine. There's a lot more research need to be done on porcupine, in terms of like the water temperature and the flow of water and the salmon spawning area for the fishing branch. So 25 years ago, my discussion with Sandy Johnson, who was the manager director of Fisheries and Oceans, was to look at the spawning grounds for a fishing branch, to look at the eggs that are freezing out And lo and behold, 25 years later, they're finding eggs that are freezing out in the in that spawning grounds for chum in the Fishing Branch River that are further up. So question is, how do you want to basically mitigate that or deal with it or not do it? For instance, for scientific reasons, or if you mess with it, is it going to have a negative effect or a positive effect? And the water flow out of there is consistent and it's always warm, and it's just by my observation. It's amazing that the airline flies directly over the Fishing Branch River, and you can look down and see the river down there when you're flying over it. So the observation is that there's never any ice in that spawning area. You never see any shore ice for about 10 kilometers from the spawning area. So it's always wide open. There's no ice in the middle, it's just water. So, and sometimes there's steam coming there, sometimes there isn't. So it just tells you that there's, it's warm continuously all winter. It never freezes all winter. That's the spawning ground, the spawning bed. But the fact that the water that comes out of there, the volume of it is less, and the eggs that are further upstream would freeze out. So it's that one spawning particular area that maintains the eggs that are in the gravel. So now there's new predators coming along. The otters, the inland otters, they're becoming more. They're basically just breeding up. So I don't know what kind of havoc they're raising in there. No one has gone back there in the winter to find out, despite that we like to do that. And I'm sure our new chief would have an interest in pursuing some of these areas that are practical, to look at rather than hypothetical. So I think that'd be important. And the other matter is that at one point the other river system, the other creek that flows into Porcupine, the Bluefish River, that's 20 miles below Girl. And that water gets really hot sometimes, but there is no data loggers to prove that that water is getting hot or not, but it is getting really hot. So we don't know how that affects the salmon that are coming up in the summer or in July and September. One year we came down there in the slush, like freeze up. We went down the river, further down to the border. We came back up. Next day, you couldn't go in the river. But when we got down below the Bluefish River, all that slush just disappeared within 5 miles. And it was just, there's no ice. So the temperature coming out of that stream is really, really hot. It's got to be hot in order to melt all that ice. So it's just trying to request to get data loggers in there to do the temperature, and that everything is just, sometimes it's more complicated than trying to go to the moon, I think. But nevertheless, it's my segment. But so to initiate that, just to get practical feet on the ground to get all this information, and it's not that hard to do, So sometimes I get jaded about the whole issue, but nevertheless, yeah, that's some of the struggles we got to deal with at some point in time. Yeah. Continuously, just to understand, trying to maintain and understand what the stocks are doing with the Chinook and the chum, so there can be a understanding of it. And if you have an understanding of it, you can either probably mitigate it or not mitigate it to some degree, But at least we'll know if we continually struggle and not knowing that there is an effect that we can't do anything about it or do something about it, we should at least understand that. It'd be a logical thing to do. And thanks for asking that question.
Pauline, did you have a question or anything to add on that? Wasn't sure if you were trying to get recognized there. Okay, thanks. Any additional comments or questions on the Canadian Mainstem Chum salmon presentation? Ellen, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to follow up with Ragnar. He was talking about the schedule for the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, talking about salmon bycatch, and that those presentations will be repeated next Tuesday, December 13th in the Hilton Hotel in Anchorage in the Aleutian Room. So that's for, I think it looks like a day and a half. And according to the report, it sounds like they're going to talk about the chum salmon adult equivalence model and sort of the what the data limitations are currently, and some recommendations for future actions to be able to estimate impacts of the pollock fishery on Western Alaska chum salmon populations. So I just want to let folks know about that, and the report should be online already.
Thanks, Ellen. Appreciate that follow-up information. Well, if we're not seeing any additional comments or questions from panel members on this presentation, remarkably, that does conclude our primary agenda topics for today. And again, I say that recognizing that I might have just jinxed it for tomorrow, but we'll take it. Mr. Co-Chair, I think we're at about 4:15 right now. Perhaps we could take a short break, and just recognizing that if folks are expecting to provide their testimony at 4:30, that perhaps they're not ready or available right now, and maybe give them a little bit more time. And we could take at least a 15-minute break until 4, and then we could move right into public testimony. I guess along those lines, we do have 3 people that have signed up for public testimony in person this afternoon. And I expect that we'll be able to accommodate them and provide them time. For testifiers in person, we will invite you to please come up to the table here to engage with us and provide your testimony. Rhonda?
Edward Alexander notified me that he won't be available for testimony this afternoon. He's at North Pacific Fisheries Management Council.
So perhaps we could accommodate him tomorrow in public testimony.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that clarification. So let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 4 o'clock. Oh, my apologies. Dennis, go ahead.
Just want to make a quick point, because I feel like this is the 3rd time we've seen this presentation. So I just wanted the public and those online to know that perhaps our lack of questioning doesn't reflect the level of, we were here till 7:30 last night, starting at 9 a.m. So don't feel that because there are no questions, it doesn't mean that there's nothing to say. We do want to hear from you. That actually would be new. So we would enjoy hearing from you, any questions from the Zoom or the gallery. So please don't take our stretching and anyways, just to let you know that it's not for lack of interest. We've had this is our 3rd chance for dialogue on it, so we have brought forward a lot of our questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. That's an important context that I think most folks would appreciate. So let's go ahead and take our break, and we'll see you at 4 o'clock. Today's session for public testimony. Again, we have ample time for public testimony. So folks that do come up to provide testimony, just bear that in mind in that regard. We'll start first with Richard Dewhurst, excuse me. Hope I didn't mutilate that too much. Richard Dewhurst, please do join us at the table here. Thank you.
I wrote some stuff down here from years ago when I remember my granny telling me there's no money in this world could buy her salmon. Now we have to buy salmon. And that was about 40 years ago. 35 years ago, me and my mother, we were fishing. We were done fishing on the 27th of July. Now the salmon not even getting there then. And then, we started putting restrictions on fishing. We first started with 1 day a week. And it went on and on where we were only fishing 1 day a week. 20 years ago, we quit fishing altogether. 10 years ago, we were seeing spawning salmon come back. from one spawner, we get one in return. You know, I think we're gonna have to stop fishing for at least, until we see at least 2 or 3 of those historic runs come back. We're not gonna be doing it for us. We're gonna be doing it for our children, our grandchildren, and the ones to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard. Much appreciated. I do have a quick question. So which portion of the drainage in Yukon are you from?
Teslin.
Teslin. Thank you.
We're
Any,
the last people on this planet to use those fish.
any comments or questions from panel members for Richard? Eric?
So through meetings and also going up to Teslin, I kind of know what it's like, but we do have some new folks here. Can you just tell a little bit what life is like for Teslin community now versus say 30 years ago? Not just the fishing aspect, but the culture and life in general, so they understand too.
Well, there's no more fish camps. I built the fish camp at my mother's fish camp 25 years ago. Never hung a fish in it. And back then you would around town in July, there's very few young people running around because they're all at their parents' fish camp learning something. Now they got nothing to do. Ride their bike around town in circles.
Pauline?
Appreciate your testimony. I want to say that the Teslin Tlingit Council, the Teslin Tlingit people have been making some significant sacrifices, like absolutely sacrificing a way of life. And I know firsthand because I'm, as a young lady, spent time with Richard's mother in her fish camp. So I've been on both ends of the river, both ends with respect to the headwaters. So I spent time at the fish camps in Teslin Tlingit Council traditional territory with Grace Dewhurst. And Grace is it was her life. She dedicated her life to coming here, much like Marge, and dedicate her life to making our society a better place by teaching young people. She took me under her wings and she taught me about the Tlingit way of life, about respecting all things that coexist with us as human beings. And salmon was very much a part of that. We also know that the Teslin Tlingit Council has taken significant strides in putting together their own management plan, their management plan to govern themselves. And that, I think, is a commitment and a testimony to what this means to the people, the tribe, the nation. And I just want to hold my hands up and say thank you, Gwyneth Cheese, for doing that for us, for all of us on every community in Yukon. It means a lot. It means a lot to everyone here, because what you sacrifice, that one fish per, one spawner for one return, and we see gains over time. And the question that we ask ourselves often is, why the sacrifice when we don't see the return? And the discussion around ceremonial aspect of fishing is important. And so we know that the Tlingit people are very spiritual people, very connected to fish, very connected to the environment. So I'd like to ask maybe if you can just elaborate around how now do you conduct ceremonies around salmon? Because that, I know what it meant when I sat at the fish bank in Brooks Brook with Grace Dewhurst. I know what it's like when I sat there with the elders, and the difficult journey that you've been on as a nation and as a people is profound, and it's unimaginable. I can't even describe it to anyone. Unless you live it, you will never understand not to have that species that you rely on. So if you can just maybe tell us what your thoughts are and how you see the nation engaging in ceremonial practices around salmon, given that there are no salmon.
It's very difficult. The salmon we get now are way different than the ones we get out of the river. Our people over generations work with that Chinook salmon, but come up that river. We know how to look after it. The fish we get now is flown in from the Taku, and it's harder to work with. Like you got to do different things. You got to hook up dryers on fans to dry it. Like in our fish, we just put smoke on it, make sure it got good wind, it's dry. We got to try to experiment. We're scientists trying to work with this new fish. It's hard, and you can't go to your fish camp because you know, it comes in on the plane. You got to take it right home because it's already cut or gutted and stuff. So we don't even go to our fish camps anymore. There's very little ceremony with salmon anymore, not like it used to be. Like we used to spend 3-4 weeks down at our fish camp. And not just First Nations people, friends, family, well, you were there. It was a good time. And I'd like to see it for our younger generation. You know, we screwed it up enough in our time. Give them a chance at it. Leave it alone for at least 2 or 3 historic runs. Then maybe they could look after it a little better than we did. Thank you.
Yeah, if I may, I just want to say thank you too for earlier today, you showed me the management plan that Tussin Council put together, and I'd encourage other panel members and staff members to take a look at it too. For I mean, they put a lot of time into organizing this, and it should be an example for all of us too. So thanks for showing, and let people know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Richard, sorry about that. Can't let you go just yet. I have a curiosity question. In that 3 weeks, how many salmon would you harvest in that time period, do you think?
For our family alone?
Yeah.
Well, we used to catch 125 salmon, but there were 7 of us in our family. Them with kids too.
Right.
Like there were 2 brothers, 2 sisters, 5 brothers, and it'll get distributed amongst all of us. And my mom used to keep the best ones for potluck.
And would that be true for all the families in Teslin? Do you think all experiencing the same?
The same amount of fish?
Well, roughly, depending on who the
depends on how much salmon they get and how much dedication they got to working with that fish.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Virgil, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't remember what year it was, but we held one of our meetings in Teslin before we had a treaty. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And I don't remember, I can't remember who in the room right now was there at that meeting besides me. Were you there, Ragnar? Ragnar and I were there. Were you there, John? You weren't. But that was really a good meeting in Teslin that we had. And I understand exactly what you're talking about. A big part of what's happening right now, though, is we're trying to do what we can. Both of our departments, our Fisheries and Oceans and the Fish and Game, are doing lots of research, and the ocean is basically in a drought condition right now. It's like when there's no rain, and then we have this disease Ichthyophonus that I feel confident is one of the reasons why the fish aren't making it all the way up to the border. They're dying along the way. Really good scientific evidence, and we need to finish doing that study. I was involved in it when they first started doing that, and I think 23 or so years ago. But no, it's really sad what's happened to the fish because we have no fish anywhere. And I can just give you a real quick example of it. Two of the biggest producers of Chinook salmon in the whole Yukon drainage are right at Fairbanks. The one's the Yukon River. The average number of Chinook salmon they count going by there, and this is for more than probably 30 years. They set up a counting tower and count the fish going by. The average is 5,890. There were only 355 fish went by there this year. It's the whole Yukon drainage is in the same situation, which is really sad. But anyway, thank you for your testimony, and hopefully things are going to get better.
Thank you.
I do want to make a follow-up comment on Eric's question comment was the Yukon River communities in Yukon have designed management plans specifically to look at management measures within their own respective communities. So restricting harvest. So the question around how many fish are you extracting from the returns is minimal. It's minimal because they choose minimal, or it's zero. And there are no fish taken for whatever purpose, ceremonial or otherwise. So the intention around what you're seeing, what you've seen from the Teslin-Tlingit Council on their management plan is consistent with absolutely every community in the Yukon, and the measures that they've taken through the salmon subcommittee and through the engagement of other collaboration has designed models that I think the communities in the interior Alaska should consider and look at as a way of possibly harvesting based on ceremonial purposes as opposed to subsistence harvesting, because that's in times of zero return, what other options do you have? And I think we've learned a lot of lessons in Yukon, and thanks to Teslin-Tlingit Council for leading the way, and the people, the 30 years is a long time. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I know you've garnered a lot of interest from our panel, Richard, so, and rightly so. So we'll go to Andy online next.
Yeah, thank you for your testimony. I was wondering if you could maybe just talk a little bit about what the folks from Teslin experienced and what the first indicators were. I came on the panel in about 2000, and I can remember at the very first panel meeting I went to, there were people from Teslin talking a little bit about that the fish were getting smaller, and then of course in later years, not only were they getting smaller, there were fewer of them. So maybe if you could just talk a little bit about what you remember of that. I know that was a long time ago, but I think that's really key to a lot of what we need to think about in trying to rebuild stocks, and given the changes that have taken place. So if you could just maybe share a little bit of some of your insights or what you remember from that, I think that'd be really valuable for the panel and others. Thank you.
Well, back in the 80s, I worked for summer for DFO, just the summer student. They gave me two 50-pound scales to weigh salmon. And I went down to my grandmother's fish camp, and I just picked up one salmon just to check it. I broke that scale. A couple of days later, I broke the other one. That's how big the fish were back then. Now, in the early 90s, we started to see lots of those jacks, those not quite mature salmon coming into it. And now they're a lot smaller. Even the egg fish are smaller. Not big fish like they used to be.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, on behalf of the Yukon River Panel, thank you very much, Richard, for coming to this meeting. I know you've attended many other meetings to provide testimony, and just want to acknowledge you drove a very long way to be here with us to provide your testimony through very bad weather. So very much appreciate you being here, and your words have meaning for us and help us chart a path towards the future that you describe. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I concur with Mr. Co-Chair. I'm trying to remember if there's a panel meeting where I didn't see you and your family here, and I can't recall it. Thank you for your dedication and your dedication to the fish.
You bet.
Next, we have Ellie Marcotte.
Thank you, Chair. I too made a few notes here, but I don't know if I can even read my own writing. So, you know, when we talk about the intent of the salmon agreement, we talk about restoration. My question is how can we restore the fish if there are none there to restore? So if we can't even make our escapement goal, we need to act on that. They did the ichneuphonia study last year, and they're proposing to do it again for the next 2 more years. That's 600 salmon, and 500 them, from my understanding, are Canadian origin fish. I'm asking to let those fish go through. You know, if someone pulls a fish out of the river, you go back to traditional knowledge and let them report on how they observed the fish. Was there spots on the heart? What was the condition of the meat? That's what we do when we're at our fish camp. That's traditional knowledge. If you look at the slides, you go back to the presentations, there's a lot of ichnephonias by the pilot, but by the time they got to the eagle, there was really none. So let them get to the spawning grounds. Another element of the agreement is subsistence harvesters. We, as First Nations people and Indigenous people, we do not harvest for economic benefits. We harvest because it's who we are. You know, sometimes the government asks us, what's your TK policy? We don't have a policy. It's just how we live. That's what TK is. We live it every day. And when we harvest because it's who we are. And I don't want to see the extinct salmon become extinct because, like I said earlier, part of us will die with them. I want to keep my identity and I want to pass it on to my grandson. The escapement goal, we talk about the escapement goal, and yes, it needs to go up. But you know, climate change is changing drastically, and that's out of our hands. And I know it puts a lot of stress on the fish. But as human beings, we can continue to sacrifice our harvest. And when we sacrifice our harvest, I'm talking about long-term, meaning 2 cycles. 2 cycles. Like Brandy says, an elder had told her that the creeks used to run red. We want to see our rivers run red again. Another thing, as human beings, we can control the bycatch. The bycatch needs to be 0. Let the salmon get to their spawning ground. We have to stop that. I was over at that meeting and I couldn't believe the numbers they were talking about. We need the bycatch to be 0. So when we're here, you know, I just was referring it back to, as human beings, we can do this and this. And those are things that we really, I'm not saying let's talk about it, let's do it. Because we have to help the salmon. We are here to speak for the salmon. The salmon has no borders. So I'm not speaking for certain groups of people. I'm speaking for the salmon. Let them get to their spawning grounds, please, so our rivers can run red again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ellie. Any questions for Ellie from panel members? Comments? Eric?
Thank you for coming all this way. I know it's a challenge to get here. And my question would be about subsistence life now in general. If you can explain, again, we have some new folks here, and that's why I'm asking. Some of the stuff I do know, but some of the stuff we need to keep on repeating over again. But for subsistence life, for where you're at, how has it changed? And any thoughts on what it's like for the youth now? Any suggestions?
Well, our lifestyle with the salmon has stopped. We don't fish anymore. We have pictures from the past of when our fish camps were rich, meaning lots of salmon. Now you just see weeds growing there. The younger people, they will lose out on their harvest, but I'm glad to say that like the youth, the children that are the age of my children, they've had the rights and they had the honor to go out and learn about what fish camp, and they can pass that on to the next generation if it takes 2 cycles. But right now there is no fishing in our community.
We'll go ahead, Brandy, then Dennis.
Not really, but maybe Ellie, maybe you can explain where you are with regards to the river and what tributary to you guys are, and maybe explain your remoteness and really why you're so reliant on salmon.
Sorry, I should have said that right from the beginning. I'm on the Pelly River. We all live on the Pelly Crossing River, and the salmon come up the Yukon and they veer off to the Pelly River. We used to fish there all the time, and fish camp is part of our life. I was one of those people that was so happy because I rebuilt my smoke shack and I never got to use it.
Thank you, Ellie. And thank you for representing the Northern Shoshone here. It's great at the table. I just, I've had the pleasure of working with Selkirk a little bit, and some of the governance pieces are mind-blowing and nutritional knowledge. I mean, it's not my time, but I'd love to tell some stories on that, but I won't. But maybe you could just speak briefly about May gathering and kind of what that means. I only say that because I think, at the reception tonight, if you get a chance to talk to anyone from one of these Northern Shoshone and talk about May gathering, it's pretty awesome. So maybe you could just explain what that is to some of our Alaskan friends here.
When May rolls around, we have 3 Northern Shoshone communities, which is Mayo, Nachonayak Dun, Little Salmon Carmacks, and Selkirk First Nation. We all get together and we share our data information with the wildlife and the fish. And you hear some great stories about how it used to be. And it's 23 years in the process of having these annual meetings and sharing how we manage our fish and wildlife. We have a management plan as well. And when there is fish or was fish, we only took what we needed. We didn't overfish or anything. And there is a change. We've seen the changes in the fish and the texture and the color. And I know when there was a concern about ick in the past, we've had those reports at the May gathering of who had the spotted livers. What was the texture of the meat? Was it milky? There was some that was milky. But now, like, if you go back to the presentations, like I was saying, it doesn't look like there's any, next to nothing, no ick getting up to the Yukon. But that's what we do. We go there and we share our information about everything, and nobody in the Northern Shoshone area is fishing right now. And so now we're concerned about, you know, it's all about food security. And we're concerned about how missing out on our harvest for salmon, how that's going to put pressure on our other species. Other lakes are going to feel it now because there's one lake in our territory that I'll be monitoring, and people will be going there for lake fish. We don't want it to be overfished. Other lakes will be overfished because of the missing out on the salmon.
Hey, Ali, I'm glad you shared. I know during the closed session, you talked about the video that was being worked on, and I know there's more people here, and I thought it would be a good opportunity as well to talk about that connection. So Dennis talked about the traditional ways, the management plan, but your First Nation is also looking forward and trying to reach people. And yeah, if you don't mind sharing.
We have a brilliant young lady who's working on gathering information. It's a research, this year it's just on research, gathering information and speaking to people who are in DFO and First Nations and interviewing them. And next year we're hoping to get into videos where we're going to get to the point where we can make a documentary of what everybody's experiencing and how serious the decline of the salmon really is. I was hoping she could come to this meeting, but maybe next year we'll make sure she's here and she can speak to you in person.
Go ahead, Pauline.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Just as a note, Ellie is the director of her government that's responsible for fish and wildlife and participates in heritage management with Cherry. And I just want to say thank you for coming all this way. I know that the Northern Shoshone Nation is governed by the Dooley process. The Dooley laws are the founding laws that govern who they are as Shoshone people. They have it everywhere. It's what they live by. It's the rules that apply to them as a nation. And these beautiful women are here carrying that law of the land. And I know that the Shoshone people is a whole completely different tributary than the Yukon Mainstem, but the salmon migrate up the Pelly River. And they're not fishing, much like the Tlingit people. A charter plane comes in or a big semi truck pulls up with frozen fish from the Taku River. So the collaboration amongst the nations to share the resources that's really important to a way of life is important. It's important because we talk about international collaboration and co-management on a species that's critical to our very existence, but at the same time, the relationship between the communities, if you know, Taku is in BC. So the fish that comes into the Yukon to sustain the way of life comes all the way from British Columbia, and they bring it into Pelly Crossing. And I wanted just wanted to highlight that and just acknowledge the community for the efforts that you've taken as well. I know how difficult it is to sit here and sit in the back and watch the proceedings. I wanted you to just know that we're not taking it lightly, and we will certainly do our best to ensure that we protect the resource and do what we can at this table. Merci.
I should have mentioned that that's where we do get our fish. Last year we got 5 fish per family, which is not a lot. And the thing about getting fish from a different area, it is totally different texture. It wouldn't even dry. It was too oily. So we had to find other ways to preserve it. So we're here to speak for the salmon, and we just want to do what we can to save them.
Well, thank you so much, Ellie, for your commentary, and not just here, but in commentary in this meeting and in prior meetings in that regard. We're very thankful to hear that testimony, that knowledge and understanding from your community and your lands. So thank you. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, Ellie, for your testimony. I also perhaps wanted to take the opportunity to highlight the Selkirk First Nation salmon plan. I know that a number of years ago, we at the Yukon River Panel received a presentation on the Selkirk salmon plan, and so much like we did with referencing the Teslin Tlingit salmon plan, I just wanted to make a pitch for folks to have a look online and really look at the leadership that you're extending and the longstanding dedication and commitment to not only sustaining salmon, but speaking for the salmon, because that's really what we need to start to think about and start to act on, as you say. So thank you for that.
Next for testimony will be Carly Knight.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to be reading from my laptop, so sorry if I'm not maintaining eye contact, but I have a lot to say from Dawson City. So Drinhozo, hello everyone. My name's Carly Knight. I'm the Fish and Wildlife Manager for Trondakwitchin. Trondakwitchin quite literally translates to the people of the Klondike River. We're located at the confluence of the Klondike River and the Yukon River in Dawson City, Yukon, Canada, which is just upstream of the Canada-US border on the Yukon River. I'd first like to acknowledge that we're on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascan people here in Dugatnu, Anchorage, so Masicho. Thanks to those hosting this year's Yukon River Panel discussions, as well as the panel, Yukon First Nations that are here and online, as well as the Alaskan tribes and everyone who contributes to these conversations for your hard work. Sadly, it is no secret that our Yukon River salmon relatives are in desperate need of our help. Salmon are resilient by nature and have been thriving here for time immemorial until recent years. These stocks encounter a variety of challenges during their life cycles, including seasonal migrations through both freshwater and marine environments, but they also face a plethora of impacts from climate change, habitat degradation, pollution, increased water temperatures, changes in diet, and presence of diseases and pathogens. 21 years ago, the Yukon River Salmon Agreement was signed, which represented an international commitment to the restoration, conservation, and management of the Yukon River salmon. The Yukon River Panel came to life out of this agreement. Given the number of people that we have attending these meetings year after year and here today, it just goes to show how important these salmon are. I would like to speak today about the impacts of the lack of salmon, both Lukcho and Thait, on TH citizens. The salmon are hurting, and the people that rely on them are also hurting. The lack of Yukon River salmon is detrimental to the health of Trondakwitchin citizens. The spawning grounds are more vacant with each year. The fish drying racks along the riverbanks are falling down as they have not been used, and the rivers are feeling empty. TH traditions, culture, and knowledge sharing related to salmon is no longer freely flowing between generations. Chinook salmon were the most valued traditional foods that were relied on for millennia and are still relied on today. Without salmon, we lose our self-identity, our spiritual well-being, and our connection to the water and to the salmon. Our children are not able to experience our traditional ways of fishing and the passing on of our traditional law. Our stories aren't being shared with our children, which are important so they can become good stewards of the land and pass on our laws and values to their children and their grandchildren. Without salmon, our spiritual identity is depleting. In response to these low salmon returns, many First Nations and tribes along the Yukon River have reduced and in many cases have entirely eliminated harvest over the past 2 decades. We have cared for the salmon through Trehude because we are Deneju, and this is our traditional law for all time. More recently, TH has been actively involved in the restoration and conservation of salmon for 13 years. Protecting salmon habitat from destruction and development activities through development assessment, comments, research, and more. In 2008, TH conducted a feasibility study for a sonar and enumeration project on the Klondike River, Chondek, a tributary to the Yukon River, which was operational in 2009 and 2010. In 2019, another feasibility study was conducted on the river, and we've been fully operational since 2020. In 2013, TH passed a resolution for a voluntary withdrawal of Chinook salmon harvest for 1 life cycle, 7 years. Additionally, there have been annual resolutions to reinforce this voluntary withdrawal of subsistence harvest for the 2021 and 22 seasons. In 2018, we began a Klondike River restoration plan, including in-stream incubation and an egg-ion station. We conducted in-stream incubation trials in 2018, 19, and 21. And we have obtained an egg-ion station to continue stock restoration, stock restoration once the spawning population is healthy enough to collect broodstock once again. With the in-stream incubation, we also did a salmon in the classroom initiative with the Robert Service School in Dawson City, Yukon. We've also conducted the Stream of Dreams project at the school and have run our cultural first fish camp at Moosehide, which is about 2 kilometers downstream of Dawson, an effort for our kids to maintain a connection to the salmon, even in the years that we are not fishing. Currently, we are working on the development of a salmon stewardship plan. Unfortunately, this still isn't enough. On an aerial red survey just this fall, we only witnessed 4 spawners in the entirety of the Klondike River and no salmon reds. This is the first time that this has ever happened. We need to take a step back and look at the big picture. We need to take a strategic approach in reconciling our relationship with the salmon and restoring balance not only for ourselves, but all of those who rely on salmon, including the birds, the bears, and the environment. With this in mind, we would like to express our support in taking a precautionary approach in managing the Canadian border escapement goals and recommend to the panel to support the recruitment model presented by the JTC, as well as the consideration of run composition and healthy distribution of age, sex demographics when managing escapement and harvest. I'm almost done. Additionally, TH makes the following recommendations to the panel. Work to increase Yukon River salmon stocks with a healthy buffer, allowing for resilience against environmental change, disease die-off, etc. Administer the precautionary approach in managing harvest of these salmon to see a long-term increase in these populations, particularly the Chinook and the fall chum runs. Consider the existing qualitative work that has been done already, including First Nation salmon management plans, stewardship and community-based plans when managing these stocks to uphold treaty obligations and commitments, and allow for compensatory actions within the panel process to address the loss of subsistence foods for people along the entirety of the river. I'd like to thank you and the panel today for allowing me this opportunity to provide testimony. In line with the Yukon River Salmon Agreement commitment to restoration, conservation, and the management of Yukon River salmon, we ask that the decision bodies here today take into consideration the effects that the lack of salmon have on our people and consider the recommendations that were outlined within my testimony. Masicho.
Thanks very much, Carly. Any questions or comments from panel members for Carly?
This is more more a comment than a question. I just want to remind that Yukon River Panel that Klondike First Nations has a long history for salmon harvesting their fish camps. In fact, it's well documented. During the gold rush, just before the gold rush, it's written that these families were in the fish camp, and they invited the person that discovered that found the gold rush, and Skookum Jim and his family, and George Carmack. That happened right on at a fish camp during Chinook salmon season harvesting. They go back long ways. So does all Yukon First Nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Appreciate that. Go ahead, Randy.
Am I allowed to say I second that? I just wanted to say, Carly, thank you for your testimony. That was great. And I 100% agree. And thank you for bringing those wise recommendations forward. And you're getting really good at the language.
Eric.
Yes, thank you for coming all this way. I appreciate hearing new opinions, new voices. It makes us a more well-rounded panel to hear these things. And I don't know, again, we've got some new people here, but traditionally in Dawson area, prior to 2000, what was a normal family take versus now? And again, I'll ask the same question too that I've asked others of the impacts on youth now, not having salmon and what life was like in Dawson.
Yeah, thanks for that question. Admittedly, I've only lived in Dawson for 2 years, but I am a born and raised Yukoner, and I've been to this panel many times, and my partner's family is from Dawson, so I can attempt to answer some of those questions. As far as, what was a traditional take, I think it's hard to assign a number, but, similar to others, and I'm not comfortable assigning a number as I wasn't there. But I will say that, the two staples of food for Han people in Trondheim are salmon and caribou. And now we don't have salmon. So we rely heavily on caribou and other species. And so with regards to what our subsistence life looks like now, we've had to adapt, and we're going after larger game, including moose, which wasn't traditionally a species that was relied on for subsistence. We're trying to keep the culture alive through culture camps. We have various culture camps throughout the year. We used to run a first fish camp. We still do, but it's changed over time. But that was at Moosehide, which is 2 kilometers downstream of Dawson. And, in the last few years, there's been trouble with the pandemic and other things. But prior to that, when our chum runs were still healthy and our salmon or Chinook salmon runs were hurting, we decided to make a change from targeting Chinook salmon to chum. And so what we would do is catch chum the year before, freeze them. And then when the Chinook run was coming, we would thaw the chum and allow our youth to cut up chum at the fish camp. And then we would do a small take of king salmon or Chinook salmon then. We did run a smaller scale fish camp this year where we caught 5 Chinook salmon for the whole community. Just so we can get our kids back out on the land to fish camp and our elders, more importantly. What does it look like now? We don't fish for salmon, you know, and it's, as a fish and wildlife manager, this brings up some other comments, and I know we haven't had the ichthyophonus presentation yet, but it's really difficult as a manager in a First Nation government in Yukon to ask our citizens not to fish, and then having other projects, whether it be in Alaska or Yukon, that are taking salmon. And, you know, I'm going to use the term gifted, but it's a different way to obtain the salmon, and you're missing all of the traditional knowledge and the experience and the time out on the water and on the land. And so although it's appreciated, it's a hard thing to kind of wrap your head around. I don't know if I answered your question, but thanks.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate your keen observations and your testimony. You bring the voice of the people, and I admire that. I admire that you've listened. You clearly have learned a lot in your 2 years in Trondequitchin country. I say that Trondequitchin's my second home because I've spent a lot of my adult life there. I lived and worked in Trondequitchin with Trondequitchin. I helped just to implement their agreements. I've spent time at the First Fish. I spent time working, as I reminisced with Tim Gerberding, the other panel member, my time on the Yukon River with the test fisheries. And how that happened to be. And in Dawson City, I know that there has been drastic measures and major efforts put into effect with Trondequitchin. The fact that you had a major decline on the caribou, the 40-mile caribou herd crashing, and how much effort and energy that was put in to rebuilding that back up. You correlate that to the collapse of the salmon. And now you have experience, Trondequitchin people have experience on how to coexist and how to manage, but also what it means to sacrifice and build back up a resource that they rely on. So it's a testament to the commitment of the people to give up something, to build it back up. And so I see that as a major benefit and a value to the decisions that we make here at this table. The fact that you've integrated and negotiated into your agreements, the settlement agreements within Trondequitchin, when we talk about post-service transfer agreements, integrating into the curriculum of the education system within school, an appreciation for First Fish and not distinguishing between Indigenous or Dingiiju and not. It's for everyone. It's an opportunity to educate all of Yukon and the rest of us, as you know, that look from the outside and look in, as they say to us often, as I guess as we sit here, they tell us to think from the inside out, don't think from the outside in. You know, just look at the impacts and effects of there, but think about what comes out of here and how we focus on the outside world. So I want to just acknowledge Trondequitchin for its great effort on all of that, particularly the focus on education and working with the young people, despite the fact that there are no fish. The efforts and the legislation is still there to allow that to continue on. So Masi, and thank you for bringing the voice of the elders and the people of Trondequitchin to our table. Masi.
Yeah, thanks. Eric, I'm going to hazard an answer to your question from a totally different angle. I worked on negotiating the Trondequitchin land claim, and similar to all of the Yukon land claims, the Fish and Wildlife chapter called for a Yukon River harvest study to be undertaken shortly after the effective dates of the agreements. The Trondequitchin effective date was September 1998. And there was a harvest study that was undertaken, but as was the case with that study and many others, it was not considered entirely accurate because the fish had already begun to dwindle. And this was specifically on Chinook salmon. And so it was considered compromising, quite frankly, because the fish were already going into a decline at the time that the study was undertaken. But I will tell you that the number that came forward for the Trondequitchin, which was never accepted, but was the result of certain study and measuring of harvest at that time, was 1,200 per year. And that is an underestimate of actual need because, as I said, the fish were already in decline, for whatever that's worth. Following up on what Roger said about the history of Dawson, and you could talk about this endlessly, but it may be interesting to note that the RCMP bought Chinook salmon from the Trondequitchin, and interestingly, they fed Chinook rather than what came to be called dog salmon, but this was their choice. But their annual purchase was 6,000 Chinook, and these were when they were big. I'm talking about the time of the gold rush now.
Thank you both, but I think the point I was trying to make is when Carly here said that they'd only seen 4 spawners in Klondike. I was just trying to make a point about now versus back whenever in time. The big difference that there's not the availability. Just trying to put that on the map. Thank you both for the info.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your testimony, Carly. I was listening to your words very intently and recalling the resolution that you referred to in 2013 and thinking back to, I believe, Dennis, Pauline and I had the honor of being in Dawson when Trondequitchin Chief and Council were deliberating what action to take to respond to the decline of Chinook salmon. So in acknowledging this, I want to acknowledge the leadership and the vision of the Trondequitchin people and Trondequitchin government and the continued resolve to effectively a long-term commitment to sacrifice to bring the salmon home. So your words resonate with us. The efforts of the Trondequitchin and Trondequitchin government resonate with us, and we as a panel hear your words and will work with you, as we will with all of the other First Nation governments and tribes throughout the Yukon River to cooperatively chart a path forward that sees the return of Chinook salmon to the Yukon River. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for your testimony here today with us in that regard. And although I know that you might be relatively new to this process, but it's good to see a returning face no matter what. But certainly the First Nation that you represent is not. And I think you represent them well and have brought good thoughts and representation to our table here today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I should clarify, this is my 6th year at the River Panel, but I worked for a different First Nation government in Yukon before. So although it's new to represent TH, I'm happy to be here again. Thank you.
So that is the completion of individuals that signed up for public testimony today. I expect we'll certainly have more tomorrow, both online as well as in person. So we'll go ahead and adjourn our proceedings for today. I do want to give one more reminder that we'll be holding the Yukon River Panel reception starting this evening at 6 p.m. until 9 p.m. at the 49th State Brewing Company. It's just down the road from the same road that the Hilton Hotel is on. Again, there's flyers out on the table in the hallway with a small map if folks are looking for some directions. And I look forward to seeing everyone there this evening. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we will resume our bilateral public session at 9 a.m. on Thursday. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.